Hello, everybody. Hope y'all are having a good Sunday. It's been a little different here. Um, been over at Hawks. Didn't know he was still going to be going this late. Um, and so, of course, everybody is talking about another attempt on Trump. And someone in his chat said, it's time for the bikers to roll. And I said, what a tribute that would be on my mama's bike with her leather jacket with the patches all over it. What a way to go, right? I could see that. Totally see that happening. Oh gosh, there's so many things I want to talk to y'all about that are going on besides that. And that's what I kept saying. What else important is going on today or tomorrow that, because it just seems like it, you never know. One thing is, I want y'all to really, really watch for, I'll put the link if anyone wants to come up. So my daughter came up today and my son was here and we went to the back of her car because she had some camping stuff. And there was a L on her tail light. And so my son was trying to get it off. Hey, Stanzalon, good to see you. Wildlife Sharon. And he couldn't get it off. And she's like, what is that? And he said, it's a mark. And she's like, for what? And he said, Doug, Shunning. And her poor thing, her eyes just got huge. And so my granddaughter was going to get groceries at the same place where the lady that I was telling y'all about a while back had had a problem. And it's like they're getting braver, these people that are not from around here, and it's just not something I thought I would see here. So it kind of surprised me when her car had that. Used to be the zip ties on the handles. Apparently they're doing other ways now. Hey Benjamin, good to see you. And the real deal, the deal for real. Always get your name mixed up. I just really think that it's time for everyone to just pay so much attention to your surroundings. My granddaughter told me they'll also put a water bottle under your back tire while you're parked. And I was like, so why is that? And she said, because you run over it and it'll make you get out to see what happened. Eric, good to see you. Bruce, thank you, Eric. So, I mean, unless it's a person or a vehicle, don't get out of your vehicle if you run over something. Just, if possible, keep on going, I guess. I mean, um, I'm just surprised at the things they're coming up with. And I just worry about everybody. Y'all know that. Mother of all. Um, what else was I gonna daughter to no. And Texas. Texas is going nuts, y'all. Cheryl, good to see you. Sorry I didn't go live the other night when you said that. So for some strange reason, I'm getting regular hours, and so that night that I was live past midnight was unusual. I can't stay awake as late as I used to. I think because we're working so hard with everything that's been going on, I have so much to do at my mom's. So I'm going to stay back out there again tomorrow and go through stuff. It has just been hard. Yes, Sharon, that's same here. And thankfully, um, our people posted on Facebook like anything that happens out of the ordinary like that, it's we see it. And thank goodness. Hello, What Life? How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Nervous. It's been a while, so you know me, stage fright. Anything happening in your neck of the woods that you've noticed?
Oh, no, there's always something happening. I hadn't
Oh,
did any deep. I hadn't did any deep dives this weekend, but
hmm.
nothing that just sticks out of the ordinary.
Oh, that's good to hear because for some reason Georgia keeps coming up. Last night I went and visited a couple of friends. I was going stir crazy, and so um, first I went to the river. That's my relax and clear
It's
my head.
always a good place.
Yes, and it's so full and beautiful right now. And then I went to one friend's, stayed there for a little bit, and then I went to my other friend's, and that one is never a short visit; it's hours. Hey Patrick, good to see you. Be charming. Um, and but it so my last friend that I visited, her son is at Fort Benning, and so she was like, "Gonna make a trip," and I'm all, you know, you are the third person that has mentioned going to Georgia. What is going on here?
They love it. You know, they say once you go Georgia, you never go back.
She said, you will so love it with your plants that you have growing outside. I can tell. And I said, yes, I've seen pictures. I know I would. We'll see what happens. I have
Well,
so
your
much.
growing zone and my growing zone's not too different. I mean, even though you're in Texas,
Yeah.
I mean,
And yeah, so I've noticed a lot of the same plants, but we have to buy ours. Y'all have them growing naturally.
some places, yeah, depending on what you're looking for or what you just happen to find, yeah, you may just see it growing on the side of the road somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know, but Um, of course, I have a yellow rose bush, oleander. I don't know if y'all have oleander there, but then there's this one. I don't know what the ordinary name for it is, but it's got a weird name. It's big green leafy, and they're real defined. Um, I don't even know how to explain it. It's not a regular leaf. It's like a
Does it have any flowers or berries or anything on it?
no, and it's just like a hand looking thing with fingered leaves. It,
I don't know. Couldn't say right off.
I've
May
shown a
need to phone
picture
a
of it.
friend.
Oh, really? Is oleander toxic? I didn't know that. Well, I won't be eating it. Hey, Sharon, good to see you.
Yeah, stay away from the oleander salads.
Take us off. And then I have the Prado and Barbados and yuccas. And I love yuccas. And we have those. Those grow wild. And the cactus. And but I don't have any of those planted out there. But well, I have yuccas, but not cactus. I'd probably walk into it. My
Is it
luck.
the yucca root?
It's the it's a oh let me show you. I mean,
I've heard of yucca
there's
root.
there's yeah, and there's two different kinds. Texas yucca. Okay, there we go. This one has one bloom that shoots out of it. Oh, that one's pretty. That's not it. But that's what they're saying is it. All right. Go to all the images. Well, this is what mine looks like. Okay. Let me go back over here to y'all. This this spiky grass, and then so this one over
Oh
here.
yeah, we have
Here
those
we
here. Uh,
oh, okay.
man,
And
what do you call those?
that one long thing comes out, and it usually has a bloom on the top. Yeah, I like spiky plants. Okay,
I
stop
don't know the
sharing.
particular variety, but I have seen those around here.
Okay, a rutabaga. Um,
That's
I'm
some
not
good
sure
stuff.
about that. Yeah, I've never eaten a yucca either. I don't think I want to. But out at my mom's, they're everywhere. They are everywhere. Cactus and yucca.
Y'all have the cactus with the edible fruit, the red fruit.
I don't know about that. There's a really big one, and I don't think it grows wild. I think people get it from somewhere, and it has a big yellow or red bloom on it. But most of the cactus that grows, like what we have growing out there wild, it's the little round cactus that grows in a group. Okay. Turnip beet. I haven't attempted to grow any of those.
It's like I don't know what type of cactus it is. I know one of the local Mexican restaurants, if mom and pop, when they have like a salsa bar, all different type of homemade
Mm-hmm.
salsas and stuff, but they have this cactus. It's like cactus, onions, and a couple other different things. It's pretty good, like over tacos and stuff like that.
Yeah. Huh. I'll,
Nopales, that could be the name. Nopales.
yeah. Hey, Ann, good to see you. Be back in a while. So, how did you know it was edible?
What do you mean?
I mean, did you just pick one day and eat it? Or did you hear about it?
Oh no, it was at a local mom and pop Mexican restaurant,
Okay.
and they have big old bar with just their homemade salsas, slaws, different type of stuff that you can add on to your dishes after you order.
Yes.
And
I love those
they make
places.
it all back there in the back, and then grandma, she's back there making. They still make their tortillas by hand.
Yes. That's good that you have a place like that.
And I know there's
Yeah.
probably a million better places, but to me, that's probably about the best one in the area.
Hmm. You can't get better than homemade. And it sounds like they know what they're doing. Hey, Moose Man.
Oh yeah,
Um, so, well, I guess y'all have heard about the Venezuelan gangs spreading around the United States. But
yeah,
where is that Texas? Oh, um, one of them was, oh, really? Oh, okay. It grows wild in West Texas. I haven't been to West Texas. I don't know what grows over there. It's desert. Um, so I saw where Springfield, Ohio had all those um, threats to the schools, and at the same time, our school did. And um, they didn't close it down, but a lot of the parents and students opted out of going to school that day. Was it was Thursday or Friday that happened?
yeah. Um, I don't know to what degree, but a little bit that I've read about it and things that I've actually seen here happen locally. I think there was some type of memo sent out to like all the departments, and it came back down to your local departments, and I guess it went to schools for some particular reason, a heightened threat maybe. Some places made it even. I think they reported some people called in, said some things was going to happen. So of
Yeah,
course, that's anytime that happens now, they're pretty. All the schools around that jurisdiction, they're going to get notified, and they may or may not go on lockdown depending on how serious it is. But yeah, something happened here. Um, yeah, here in my county the other day.
I heard something about Georgia too, and uh, that's when I was like, I don't know, is Georgia so safe?
I mean, it's like anywhere, but the only safe place now is in your mind. But no, I mean, things happen. Anything can happen anywhere.
That's true. That's why I'm like seriously thinking about taking a trip because not getting any younger, and why not? I mean, if were able to. I want to see something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they did an article, The Scary Reason Why Young Texas Students Are Being Arrested. And it's because they're, uh, well, there's multiple arrests being made. Students make a threat against a school or school district. But it listed our school specifically on the list. And
Yeah, I don't know really
that's,
what you would get out of doing that, making that type of threat. You know, I mean, it's not going to end well. I mean, they're going to find out what number or where it came from.
yeah. And that's what they're like. They're not,
It's,
yeah,
it's unfortunately the climate and the culture we're in today a threat. I mean, they're just going to take it seriously until it's proven not.
yeah. They're just, um, and they said it would stay on their record for life. Hey, Navy back. Good to see you.
I imagine so. Yeah.
And then Texas parents preparing for a return of contagious virus. It's the B-19. I saw where a lady in Texas, I think, was arrested for giving her neighbor COVID. And I was like, did she do it on purpose? But the neighbor got pneumonia and passed away. But does that seem, have y'all ever heard of that before? I mean, that's like me not knowing I have the flu, going to visit somebody, and we, then I come down with flu symptoms and crud, you know, load up on your vitamin C or something. I don't know.
Jalapenos.
It's a
Yeah, I
new
don't know. I
variant.
guess each case could be different. I guess what they call the incubation stage or whatever, you know. Um,
Hey, Tom, BS 24/7. This is a
you
new
never
one.
know. You never know.
I know it. And, that's when my mama was in the hospital. And um, but then they said she got pneumonia and COVID. And I was like, are they just calling pneumonia COVID? I don't know. Just something really seems off about it. Hey, meat puppet. Yeah, Tom, I heard you got some pretty cool people there in Virginia. We were talking about that the last time, the National Guard people there. Hey, Andy, good to see you. Crazy times. There was on Facebook, there's this one man, I've spoke of him before. He keeps on, um, he'll put something in there that he wants to have a conversation about. And it's usually about religion or Christianity. But sometimes it's about AI, sometimes it's about technology. Um, and this time it was after the debate. And my high school friend's daughter got in there, and oh my goodness, she was so adamant Just voting for the lady. Oh, okay. I know there's a difference between Virginia and West Virginia. Sorry about that, Tom. Is it full, Benjamin? Last night when I saw it, I thought it was not quite full. Full moon. We have had clear weather. That's Creek asked me, he goes, "What'd y'all get from the hurricane?" And I said, "Nothing. Not a cloud, not a drop, nothing." You couldn't even tell that was happening just right over there. It's kind of crazy. My son explained it with when that happens, it sucks all the north, like if we had a cold front or anything that came in like that, it would suck it over there. And I
Oh
said,
yeah, you
so
gotta
our temperatures are up in the 90s again. Like it's
really.
really, yes.
It was nice here today, but yeah, I guess we experienced that vacuum because the last couple of days it's been like really windy all day. Like it's still windy now. It feels good. Uh,
Oh, that's
I think
good.
we only got up to 85 today,
Oh my goodness.
which I was loving it. I wasn't complaining. I take an 85-degree cold front.
Yes. That is a cold front to
Uh,
us. Oh,
yeah, it was good kite flying weather today. If you had a kite, you would have loved it.
yeah. I think it was, well, it says the high was 95.
Oh
And
yeah, shoot.
that's all week long, 95, 96. And then Saturday, possibility of rain that evening. We'll see what happens. But no rain in sight, full sun. I want
Yeah,
to see if it says, oh, right now the feels like is 87 because it dropped down to 84. Be 54.
if it's clear, you should be able to see a good view of the moon. Full moon, I think it's this Thursday, or not, or the 17th. So that's a Tuesday.
No, Tom. West Virginia. Got it. I won't make that mistake.
And this full moon this month will also be a super moon, so it will appear closer and brighter, depending on your location.
That's cool. So, over at Hawks, he showed a video, and this woman was talking about the firmament and what the Bible says about it and the whole thing. And what she was saying really made sense. And I'm like, okay, for people to believe that one, they, that, yeah, that one's going to be tough for a lot of people to swallow if that is correct in any way. And her her theory was that, as the Bible says, the four corners of the earth and the firmament is like a dome over the earth, and the moon and sun are inside of that dome, and there's nothing outside of it. And they keep
Like a
trying to
snow
go
globe.
through it. Yes. And I was like, whoa. Yep. There would be some people.
Would it surprise you?
Oh my goodness. You know what? After this 5 years, I don't think anything would surprise me. I have seen and heard so many things. It's just like, I don't know.
It's like it was. I don't know if it was a great thinker or it was in a movie or somewhere I heard. I don't know, but I heard it somewhere. It was talking. The guy was talking to another guy, some about aliens or something, and he said, What do you think humanity would think to be more terrifying? That the universe is limitless and there's ultimate universes, or that we're just sitting here right on this rock and we're the only ones here? There's nothing else out there. He said,
Yeah,
What do you think would be more terrifying?
that's a good question. I mean,
You know, and I think for most people, even if you don't necessarily believe in aliens or little green men or nothing, the curiosity of the mind wants you to, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, man, maybe there could be aliens, you know?
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I know a lot of people believe that they've seen UFOs, and I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, people have definitely seen something, that's for sure.
yeah. And the um, Sasquatch, I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm sure we don't know about, we haven't seen. Hey, Grace, good to see you. I know one time, oh, this is forever ago. We were driving down the highway at night. My husband was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and I was sitting there and I was like, I was seeing these little, it was like 1 inch squares of a really thin, it, like, I would almost compare it to aluminum foil, squares hitting the car. And I'm like, I'm not saying anything. I'm losing my mind. And then my husband finally said, do you see that? And I said, describe it. And so he did. And I said, yes, but I thought you would think I was crazy if I said anything. And
Huh.
it was like a shower of it about, I don't know, a 20 foot, it was under 5 minutes that,
Did it make any sound as it was making contact or flying by?
no. And that's why I said I would compare it to aluminum foil because it wasn't making any noise, but it was like a rain shower of these little squares. I don't know what it could be. I have no idea.
I don't know.
In out in the country, I saw something. My brother and I one night, and they say in San Antonio when it hit that it was a comet, but um, it didn't look like a comet to us when it flew over us. But it was definitely on fire. So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff out there that
Could be. You know,
no
each,
explanation.
each region of the country has little stories and stuff like that, you know? Got their own little, uh, whatever you call it.
Yes. And Grace, yes. But I like looking outside the box. And so you look at all these stories on all these theories that people have, and I mean, eventually somebody's going to hit it on the head, but the possibilities are still there. It's We know that they have told so many lies and kept so many things from us. The ancient buildings, the the way they were built, like, do we have builders like that now? What happened to them? Where'd that knowledge go?
It's like, It's like that time Kimmo was telling that story about the guy that he met from somewhere that could do all this type of stuff, you know? I mean, at one time, people had to do that. You didn't have the luxury of going to your Home Depots or your Lowe's or your Aces or wherever, you know?
Yes.
Like sometimes you might have had to make your tool before you could even make the house, you know?
Yeah. But
Uh,
that's just it. How did they do it back then?
just,
2,000 years ago?
oh, it could be done. That's all they had to do. They didn't have the distractions we have today, you know?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
they had the same, I guess you could say, cultural problems or natural problems that we're born into societies, but they didn't have your technologies or cell phones, tablets. Their tablets was being chiseled out with a hammer and a chisel,
Yes.
so you had time to focus on the craft. Everybody was great at something because that's all they had time to do.
Well, and that's how they lived. Just, you had a blacksmith and that's what he did. That was what he did. Anything metal, he was the one you went to. Carpenters, masonry.
Oh yeah, and I think some of the structures and stuff. I think in my opinion, there was a lot more going on here in what we call America than what they lead us on to believe.
Yes, I think so too. I think that, yeah, I'll agree with that.
It's like I don't know, East meets West. Kind of look at the flow of that, and even like the Mississippi River. There's a lot of cities and towns on the Mississippi River that's named after cities that's along the Nile in Egypt.
Yeah,
Memphis is is a city in Egypt.
yeah. We even had in Egypt, Texas.
See,
So,
if you
yeah,
look up Egypt's origin, I mean, the Memphis. I forget what the name means, but yeah.
some good stories here. They're telling the 50s on the farm in Minnesota, all kinds of oil would end up on.
Hmm.
Wow, it wouldn't fold or crinkle.
Huh.
Technology at the time, the only thing I would say is speed was unexplained. Excuse me. Former civilizations knew much more than we do now. We could occasionally get too big for britches, and God knows to slap us down a little bit. We lose our progress. I don't know. That would be it, but um, we know what fluoride does. We know what our teachings have been. I think that we were more advanced 1,000 years ago than we are now. I, I just feel, hey, Carl,
What's going on, people?
we see a
So, buddy.
chip.
Oh, we got my camera. It's plywood I just treated for a pontoon boat decking. I'm taking a break. I've been
Anyway,
I believe it or
recording.
not, it's talking about old buildings. The 10th. You know where the 10th largest pyramid in the world is located?
where the 10th largest pyramid is? Is that
It's
what you
pretty
said?
specific. Yeah, the 10th.
Okay. Well, I know that there's the one in Mexico is huge. I know that there's a real big one in China.
Oh, yeah.
Um, the 10th, I don't know what would be the 10th largest one.
The 10th largest pyramid in the world is a Bass Pro Shops megastore located in Memphis, Tennessee, in the
Well,
shape of a pyramid.
I was not aware of that.
Wow.
What's up, Cheryl? Hello, everybody. Indy, Elaine. Who else we got up in here? Tom, Sharon, Benji, Grace. Bunch of good people here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just taking a break. I just kicked ass and got 5 sheets of 3/4 inch marine plywood all treated and ready to go on a pontoon boat. And now I can sit here and watch it dry for a little while.
Man. Been doing some boat work this summer, ain't you?
There is 5 boats here. There was no boats here. Now there's 5 boats here. This weekend they've been rolling in. It's going to be a good money making week here for me.
Oh, getting them service for the season.
Oh well, canvas jobs, mostly. But there's this full deck. We already tore it all apart. There's nothing but pontoons and the rotted deck sitting on it. We're gonna cut off the old wood tomorrow morning. Screw this new wood down and cover it with this rubber decking, and then put it all back together. And I think there's a seat or two that needs upholstered on it, and then that one be done. And then on to this next one, which I don't even know what all we got to do that yet. And there's some canvas jobs here. Just pulled one into the shop here. It's a pretty good sized fishing boat. Just needs a mooring cover. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a good week.
Awesome. You're just coming along.
Got to get those tires before the world goes to shit.
And yeah, where was I at last night? Pindar. I was just listening to the karaoke and Indy sang a song. Did very well, Indy. And
I'll have to go back and try to find that.
And that's where I got the title. Somebody sang "Way Down We Go," and I had never heard of that song.
What's it
That
called?
happens a lot here. I mean, like Ma Merkel alone knows like 1,000 songs I never heard of.
And well, you should know it, Carl, because I think it's from the 60s.
What's the title? I didn't even look. I'm guilty. I didn't even look. I just jumped up here.
Way Down We Go.
Way down we go.
Because I knew we were going to be talking about the whole
ocean. No, I don't know it.
Well, I'm going to play it at the end.
Unless it's one of them tricky ones where the title doesn't match the song.
No, you're thinking of the disco version.
This is a blues.
I am never thinking of the disco version, Watt. All right? Never.
Your secret's safe with me. Nobody knows.
Dude, I'm literally a member of the Dread, all right? That's the Detroit Rockers engaged in the abolishment of disco music. And we fucking won, all right? You see any disco music out there? It's just rock and roll won.
Thank you, Andy. Don't get offended.
No, I have to stay. It's like it's in the creed. I gotta speak up. Watt knows I love him. Watt knows I love him.
I know. Carl is not into disco. Everybody got that?
I used to throw those albums up in the air and say, "Watch that disco!" Boom, just like Skeet.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yes, Elaine, I was lurking too. Well, I was making comments. You gotta tell them they did a good job. There's some good singers over there. Man,
Oh yeah.
Sing us some Hank Williams Jr. Well, I know you got it in you.
Man, if I could sing good, I definitely would. I feel like there's probably a song I probably could sing pretty good.
hey, Corn Patch, good to see you. Oh, I can't sing for beans. I'm not trying anymore. I
I
have to sing
don't
for
sing.
my
I
life.
just remember the lyrics in the
Yeah,
songs.
yes. If I have to sing for my life, I'm in trouble.
If you got to sing for your life, that's a twisted motherfucker.
Simon Cowell will be the judge.
There are some twisted people, and uh, is it people? Um, there's some things that just have me concerned that people are into that I'm worried that you can go too far. Just put it that way. Just go.
Yeah, not even that, Elaine. Sorry, just can't do the disco, man. The only disco I will listen to is Dangerous Freedom After Dark, grooving with his black vest on. It's the only
I can
time
see
I
that.
allow it.
Cheryl, I think that he needs an armed wall around him until this election is over.
I was literally talking with people about that last night, saying that they're showed their desperation already. They tried to impeach him. They tried to indict him. They tried to thwart him in every angle. They tried to kill him twice. They're pretty desperate to keep this guy out of there. So I wouldn't be surprised at anything they do to stop him.
Well, I'm not so sure the guy that jumped on stage was there to shake his hand.
Yeah. Well, I imagine there is going to be, because of all the TDS that has gone on, I imagine there's going to be a percentage of people out there that are just flipping mad, insane, and willing to do something like that. But I still think that if something wasn't planned, multiple people, agencies, somebody involved, then at least the media and all those agencies are guilty of demonizing Trump to the point to where people will do this kind of crap.
Well, and this was well thought out. Um, who was Hawk playing? Benny, the Benny show. Um, and he was showing pictures of the setup where the guy set up. The the backpacks had the shields in them just like you would in a bulletproof vest, and he had two of them hanging there to use as his um, stability for the rifle.
Yeah, and cover. It was his cover.
So
The plates, they're vest plates.
Yes.
it's, it's funny you said that because I don't remember which news broadcast was talking about it at the moment, but they were going to rundown of what all the guy had on him. But it's the way they worded it that was funny. They said in his backpack there was roofing tiles I was thinking roofing tiles. Why would they even say that? And
It
I
was
was thinking,
ceramic plates, I'll bet. They pulled
and
out ceramic vest plates and didn't know what they are, I'll
yeah,
bet.
they
Why?
didn't know. But I
Yeah.
thought, huh, how funny is that when the last guy that they caught was on a roof? You know,
Right.
I don't know.
And the last guy got shot immediately. So this guy had some type of protection and he was
Um,
expecting a volley in
Well,
return.
he had made it back to his vehicle. Um,
Yeah. And he's alive. I've
there
already
was a
seen him.
witness. Yeah, there was a witness, and they took a picture of the vehicle and the plate, and so they pulled him over. Is what I understood.
So
He
nobody
wasn't.
was injured.
No, well, not that I've heard.
Okay,
Well, look what Compatch keeping the face. What's up, Sigma?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness, corn patch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoot, that's like even here in Augusta at the Masters. Shoot, you ain't getting in there. I promise you, you ain't getting in there without somebody stopping you.
In the what? Hey, Lauren.
The Augusta Nationals here, where they have the Masters golf tournament every year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're not getting in and around there.
Huh. A lot of
You
high
know,
profile people.
if you
Well,
were
I'm
to
not saying you
study,
couldn't, but
if you were to do some research and study the history of the agencies around the world, not just America, but like the CIA and the FBI and all their even special units, all right, and black ops and stuff.
Hey,
They
Daniel.
have many, many ways to murder somebody. They have nothing to do with guns, right? There's the poisons and the drugs and there's who knows radiation. They've got so many ways they kill people that you know the fact that he's still alive just tells me God's behind this. All right, God's with Donald Trump. After all he's been through, after all they've tried, that's got to be true.
oh yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, the truckers.
Yeah. Goodness. And I'm telling you, I just think it's time to group up as much as you can. And I know you don't agree with that, Carl.
That's not
It's,
that I don't agree with that. I never said that. I think that's a good thing for people to do.
but especially if you're going on an outing, don't go alone. I just,
I really
and
do think that's a good thing for people to do, but it doesn't mean that it's a good thing for me.
right. Oh my goodness.
If I was part of a big group of people, I'd want to satellite the
Yeah.
perimeter. I wouldn't want to be in the middle where all the people are. I'd want to be on the outskirts and somewhere.
Oh my
But
goodness.
They
Did
have
y'all
those.
give them cancers? Ah,
y'all remember the ice gun they displayed in Congress in the 70s?
no.
Of course,
Look
I
it
wouldn't
up.
remember. I had to Google it.
Yeah, look that up and check it out. There was actually an assassination gun that would shoot an ice projectile into somebody's heart and melt away to be, no evidence.
Oh man.
Wow.
Hmm. Talk about a cold case.
Right? I mean, I knew that there was some kind of a
Man, it's
gun that
totally
would
some MacGyver type stuff.
give
It's
people
50
a heart
years
attack.
ago. Think of all the technology and advancements we've had in 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so precise. When you're dealing with radio waves and frequencies like that, it's so precise now.
Yeah, that's what concerns me about the drones. That they have those things wired to a T. Hey, Gmo Merkel, good to see you.
Hey, G-Mom. Just mentioned you and all your thousands of musics in your brain.
I bet she knows the song.
You said it was a blues rendition.
Yes,
I always like the blues.
but the words are kind of like, whoa. The
Oh
title,
yeah,
Gmo,
yeah. You go
way down.
listening back to some of those songs. Yeah, I don't know if you could sing them now. Well,
Yeah,
probably could.
I agree with that, Grace. I feel the same way, but I really don't have much sympathy for Biden, even though he's like feeble, because I know too much about the evil in his past. He's probably getting what he deserves here soon enough.
I ain't heard much about him.
yeah.
Not lately, have you? He seems to be
Well,
out
I
of the
mean,
limelight.
that's as expected, I guess you would say.
I sometimes believe that too, Grace. I go back and forth, but I did see an old video of him today, you know, an old one, decades old. And he kind of looks like that feeble old man now, but I don't know. There's been times where it looks like a mask. There's been times where it looks like a whole different person. I don't know. It's
Dude,
just whole thing. Ever since the weird inauguration, man, those Cannon reports for a funeral. I literally saw myself live footage of the military with their backs turned to the procession leading to the White House. There was a lot of things that I just can't forget. So I don't pretend to know anything more than anybody else, but boy, Grace, that's still banging around in the back of my mind.
Hmm.
I'm no osteologist, but people just don't age that way. You don't change. You don't change in certain ways like that.
Not your bone structure.
Not naturally, you know.
No. And are y'all talking about Biden?
Yeah.
Just generally, you can probably pick more than him, but I definitely see it in him uh, at any period.
Elaine, I have heard that, and it wouldn't surprise me.
I see your eyes. Your eyes don't go dark like that either.
No.
There's some people you could just, when you see them, even on TV, their eyes just look blank and dark.
Man,
Yeah.
I saw demons in Hillary Clinton's eyes a couple times, just like I did in real life. You can see just like their eyes black over, and they're just. They say the eyes are the window to the soul. So that
There's a
really makes
reason
you
for that.
wonder. Yeah, you see that shit in person. All right, if you haven't seen that stuff in person, it'll change the way you think. All right, I've seen people's eyes change.
I
I've
haven't seen
seen
him turn black.
I have. I mean,
I've
you ever
seen it.
watched a dog that, have you ever known a dog that, like, he's so into his toy that when you're playing with the toy, you can see that there's no, his eyes kind of like glass over, and
Yeah,
the only thing on that dog's brain is that toy at that moment. All right. You get rough with them and they growl, and it's like they're living their life at the fullest at that moment. But you can kind of see that in, it's what it reminds me of. You know what I'm talking about? What?
yeah. That not so much the action, but the look.
Yes.
Well, they're on some really good drugs.
Um,
That's just it. They weren't. I've seen it in a little girl once. Right. I don't know how
Um,
to. This was, back in the '90s, in the city, in somebody's backyard. I just stopped in, was visiting with some people and the neighbors, and all these kids are running around. And this little girl came up, and I'm sitting at an outside table with my friends, and this little girl just like stops next to me and just stares at me. And I could feel her watching what I was doing. So, I'm trying not to swear and all that stuff at the moment. And somebody was talking to her, and her eyes looked normal. And then when I looked over at her, she looked at me, and I watched her eyes go black. And then, even weirder, as she looked away from me, I could see a, between her eyeball and the corner of her eye, around her eye, like like there was a gap in the corner of her eye, and that
yeah,
eyeball was fucking black all the way around. It was a trip. But it didn't stay like that. It was only like that a moment.
huh, I have never seen that.
I've seen it with people that are so, oh, what's the word? Where like people are screaming at the top of their lungs like a fucking banshee and swearing and throwing shit and,
yeah. The
just like
demons are
giving
coming
out
out of them.
like a tantrum.
Yeah,
I've seen it like that where they have no control of what they're just fucking going off the rails.
I've seen people like that. For people to get like intense road rage. I mean,
Yeah, when they lose their cool.
Well, I've seen my youngest have meltdowns, and like one time so bad she couldn't breathe. And
Well, I've seen normal tantrums too, but I'm talking about that's when I've seen their eyes go black.
wow. Okay,
Like
I
their
guess
people take over.
thankfully, I don't think I've been around anybody that evil. I don't know. Or that,
Sounds like Watt knows what I'm talking about. I'm surprised nobody else has seen it. I have heard other people say they've seen it too.
yeah, that might be kind of scary. I,
It's just confirmation to me. That's all that is. Here comes the train. Where's Kiss Off?
what's the scorched earth? Oh, she said she came out naked and looked her in the face and said,
What about that one video of a kid escaping from Buckingham Palace out the window naked?
yeah, and nothing else ever said about that. Has it been?
I haven't seen any follow up on that. It just like got brushed under the rug with all the other shit.
what's
Yes.
that?
There was a naked kid climbing out of a window of the palace.
Uh, where's that midnight train to Georgia?
And
Right on time.
somebody said about that girl. Where'd that go? Um, oh, I don't know where it went. But the North Korean girl, I think North Korea, that was sold and trafficked, and she's out there putting out her testimony, and I believe her too. Whoever said that. Dark entity, dark for light. Yeah. It's time to be praying, for sure. Did you hear about that um, typhoon? Oh, where was that at? Hey, Catherine, good to see you. Myanmar? Like, oh,
That's where that government coup happened on video. Remember that?
really? Well, there's over 900 people dead or missing and 250,000 displaced or something like that. I can't remember what the.
Somebody caught video of all the military vehicles storming the presidential compound. It was literally videotaping a live coup d'etat on video, and that was, oh gosh, that was right around the after the 2020 election.
Oh, wow.
I remember everybody was playing it, making memes out of it. They had some Oriental woman dancing in front of the footage.
That is true, Benjamin. Hmm. 9 foot wave that lasted for days. Hmm. Oh, that's what got indie banned.
Playing that Myanmar video, Indy.
And it's crazy. There's. Have y'all been watching Gigi?
No.
She did that new intro that shows a lot of stuff. And so I thought it was the intro still going whenever she went live. Well, it was a premiere. And so I was like, wait, that's it? Because it ended. And then I realized she was putting things in with the intro or right after it that was connected. Excuse
That's a
me.
long, heavy train. You guys hear it still going by?
Mm-mm. We don't hear it anymore. I don't. Can you see what's on it?
No, I got the place closed up because I was trying to keep moths off of what I was treating.
Uh,
You got the lights on in the shop and you open these big garage doors at night, the moths are like, yay!
yeah. I don't know if I'd like living near a train track. I don't have any around me.
It ain't the first time I've lived next to them. It don't bother me. There's always a possibility of getting wiped out in a derailment, you know. So it's like anywhere else. 747 land on your house or something at any time. You just never know.
Right. If it's my time, it's my time.
Actually, this whole stretch area here, right next to the shop, was wiped out in the 70s. I remember as a kid, there was a big train derailment through here. And I got to go look at it up close. And there, you know, the cars were folded in half and minerals and stuff all over the place dumped, and it wiped out buildings and wound the track up like a fishing reel in a couple spots. It was pretty messed up through here.
Wow.
So maybe.
Oh, wow, maybe. Yeah, he's pretty close to a big place, I think, because I think I saw a Navy vet say he was seeing a lot of newcomers, I think. Hey, John Dunning, good to see you.
What's up, JD? I'm gonna have to make more coffee.
You see what Indy said?
Mm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
20 minutes north of Columbus.
Yeah, I seen that video too, Indy. What happens to all that footage? Why isn't it? As long as the media is still in control of the narrative, they're gonna pick who wins this election, like they did last time.
But even if it was, you see Congress and the Senate grilling these people, questioning these people. They know what's up and they get their answers. And then what happens? Nothing. It's just all for show. They just sit there and grill these people in front of us it, just for a show because they're not going to do anything to them.
I'll
They
be
just,
right back. I'm gonna go get some stuff so I can make some coffee real quick.
okay.
I'll stay on the panel. I'm just gonna mute.
Oh, wow. Proud Boys are on the march in Ohio. I saw where another country was using the Hells Angels motorcycle gang. Yes, Navy vet, it's time. It's crazy. Put the link again. Anybody else wants to come up? These two gentlemen deserted me. Christ's sakes, good to see you. I don't know, y'all. When is enough enough? When is? Oh, today's Sunday, isn't it? Sorry, Sean. I wish the weekend was 3 days. Yeah. I don't know. The weekends are just like any other day for me. It's doing the same stuff every day. My brother going through paperwork. It's amazing what we hang on to. Dave, you're stood still. Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Good. Yeah, prayers for rescue too.
Had to do a perimeter check.
Oh, that's good to know, Grace. We're in a psyop exposing that we are in a psyop. Could be. Really? I still see it. Wait. Hmm. YouTube has been crazy. Over at Hawks, um, the chat kept freezing up, and I had to keep going out of it and going back in, and then you have to keep pressing the all messages every time you do that, because that shuts off.
You know, when I'm on the panel now and I look at the chat, it used to say chat and then comments, chat being backstage chat and comments what they're saying in the chat.
Yeah,
Now, next to those, it says recording. I don't know
really.
what the recording is. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah,
I don't know what it does.
just I noticed that in the last update. I hadn't played with it or know anything about it yet, but yeah, it's there.
Yeah. Oh, we had
Guess you can. Guess you can leave a voice message.
a
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I have noticed that myself.
we had a 4.5 CME hitting her, messing everything up. John, I posted the link to both the Hawks channels earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave got him taken down.
Hmm.
He said they waited a few days to do it.
Hmm.
I think it's people in the chats reporting us.
I don't know.
I hope someday YouTube is made to make all of that public knowledge.
And you figure some people have uh dozens and dozens of accounts or different profiles and something. You know what I mean?
Yep,
Uh, there's people like that.
yep, you sure are.
Grace, that's why I don't notice it. I stay in that state, confused and not able to concentrate.
Jokers to the left and the clouds to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. 'Cause I'm
It's like
stuck in
I think it was Thursday. I was at a gas station getting a cold drink, and I was just getting ready to pull out, and this lady pulled up beside me, and she said, "Excuse me, I hate to bother you. I hope you're not busy at the moment, but I think I need to put some air in my tire. Would you mind helping me?" So I said, "Sure, no problem. I'll meet you over there at the pump." So I waited and watched and just seeing if she was even going to go to the air pump or what was going to happen. And she pulled over there and got out. So I pulled up, and her story was she literally never put air in a tire before. She didn't really know how it went. Luckily, that air pump worked. It had the little card reader on it. She swiped it. But yeah, I put air in her tire for her. So I didn't see any damage. But yeah, probably got a slow leak or picked up something.
Yeah.
And she tried to
Yeah.
give me a few bucks, and I said, "No, you good, but just have it looked out if it gets any worse."
I had a nail in mine not very long ago, but with the new roof, I expected that. Anyway,
Oh yeah,
but to put air in the tire, see, and I have a toolbox in my car. That's one thing. Well, and I've always tried to work on my own vehicles. I guess some people just have never had to. I know that a lot of women have depended on their husbands, and
yeah. I don't know her story. I mean, she was, probably
yeah,
middle aged woman. She was in a fairly nice vehicle. I don't know if it was an Acura, a Lexus, one of them type of SUVs.
yeah,
Way too big compared to how tall she was. It was like a mini school bus. But yeah,
that's that's the way my Saturn was. I loved it because yeah, standing next to it was huge. It didn't seem like it when I was driving it, test driving it, and then after I bought it, they wanted to take a picture of me with it, and I was like, when I saw
You
the
know
picture,
what Red Green would say about all that, don't you, Watt?
what's that?
If the ladies don't find you handsome, at least they'll find you handy.
There you go. I don't know what was supposed to happen in that particular interaction. Maybe that's all I was supposed to do. I don't know.
no, it's always good to help someone.
It's just one of my many side quests.
Oh, Lady Sky, good to see you. Annie and Jack, that's just wrong. That's what I was telling the girls. You know, everything that is said by us or T is a conspiracy theory. And so when he said that, and it was heard around the world, um, now you're seeing videos that they're putting out showing the heads of these animals on posts. Have y'all seen that?
Oh, I've seen cats cut in half, dogs on grills, people
Yeah,
carrying geese around. Yeah, I've seen some stuff.
yeah.
Oh, I've seen cat on the grill too. Yeah, I must have seen about a dozen pictures now.
It's horrible. I think we all need to go visit Hawk and get a shepherd.
I know, I had a dog for 17 years. If I caught somebody eating her, I'd have either gone to prison or I'd needed pigs to get rid of the evidence.
Right. Well, that's why I said a shepherd, something that would not allow that. But I know what you're saying. Even then, my mama's little dog, I keep her in the house here. We go outside. I don't let her leave the yard. She's tiny.
Here comes that train again. I'm gonna mute out on this one. Kiss off's not even here.
Night, Catherine. No drama. Then what do we have to talk about? Right? That's what my brother keeps telling me. Anytime I mention anything, I said something about the lines in the sky while he was here, and he goes, "Oh, God, here we go." And I said, "Really? When you see a video of a military man that is working in the compound telling you what it is, I
Why
kind
did
of
the state of Tennessee ban chemtrails then?
thank you. I kind of listen to him."
I mean, that's the problem with our conspiracy theories, Lauren. We're running out of ones. They're all coming true.
Yeah. And my brother's in California. You'd think he'd see it all, but nope.
I will wear that shit like a badge, man. I mean, right from the get go, there's no magic bullet. All right. They've
Yeah.
been lying to us our whole lifetimes. I don't believe nothing they tell us anymore. The narratives are always bullshit.
Thank you, Aniak Jack. And who made that word up? That saying up?
Con-
All people?
the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
In 1967, the CIA coined it when they were mocking people who were questioning the JFK assassination.
Yes, exactly. And that's why even just having these conversations, they got that labeled too.
I'd rather be a conspiracy theorist than a sheep.
Yep. Yeah, that's what asked me if anything would surprise me after this 5 years. I can't think of anything that would surprise me.
Yeah, I feel that.
You know what? I know what would surprise me if all the people from other countries just went back home, if we started seeing arrests and punishments for crimes committed and the innocent people left alone. That would surprise me. Um, we
All
saw,
right. I would be surprised if they did that thing like they did in the Coke commercial in the 70s where everybody got together and the whole world held hands and they sung, I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. That would surprise me.
yep. J6ers released and the truth come out and right righted. How would you say that?
I don't know.
I didn't catch what you were saying. I was hearing the horn of another train coming. They're busy.
I hear that. Yeah, hands across America. I remember we were talking about something like that with Zach, and I don't know whatever happened to that. actually.
What's the term?
Hands Across America, but I think his was a little different of what he wanted to do, but I'm all for it. And that's what I know I could get people to line up for about a 20-mile stretch.
I think we're more likely to have one of those network moments. You remember a movie called Network where everybody just threw their TVs out the window and everybody was screaming out their windows all at the same time, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. I think that scenario is more likely.
Yeah. I could see that happening too. But it's not the TV, it's the people.
I don't even have a TV. I don't want a TV. I ain't had a TV since 2008. I don't need a TV.
I haven't watched TV in so long. It's on the computer. If I watch anything, it's usually
That's
on.
it. I can find and watch anything I want on this phone.
Yep.
I don't even have a computer no more. I mean, I got one, but I don't use it.
Yeah. Fight Club. When all the credit card companies go bye-bye. They should. Those interest rates. I don't know how anyone can have a credit card. I just,
I've never had one, never wanted one, never gonna have one.
nope. I don't have the money for it. I don't buy it.
Well, it's been my whole thing my whole life. And they've been trying to give me a credit card since the 70s.
I hate having a mortgage.
Speaking of mortgage, you know, it was today in 2008 that the Lehman Brothers financial institution filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Well, Lehman Brothers. What was that?
They were they were huge. They had, I think, at their biggest moment, I think in like 2007 with the whole real estate market, they had hundreds of billions of dollars in properties and assets and stuff like that. But totally different than how it started out. It started out by one guy, Lehman. Their last name was Lehman, and it was just kind of like a general store in Alabama. Then his brother came on, and they called it Lehman Brothers, um, and it just kind of just grew from there, and eventually became what we know now as Lehman Brothers. Yep,
That is
and that
something.
was a big chunk of the issue in 2008 when the housing market crashed.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that killed Northern Michigan. Why? All these businesses folded up, new businesses folded up, bars quit, houses were forfeited to the bank all over, brand new houses forfeited to the bank and just abandoned in all directions up there. That killed Northern Michigan.
Yeah.
Everybody had to move closer to the city to get jobs.
Yeah. Well, since
Only ones that stayed up there were the ones that are really entrenched, or had some gig going that they could survive it.
Yeah.
that's if I'm going to sell, this is the time because the interest rates went down and the tax rates went down. Property tax.
Really?
Yep. Here.
There you go. Getting something out of them.
Yeah. So if anybody from California wants to move here, please let me know. My neighbors would all be, what are you doing? But I really think that the ones that are moving out of California are to get away from the government they have there. Most of them.
Could be, yeah.
If they were buying homes, they wouldn't be a big corporation wanting to California, Texas.
I saw a meme the other day. It had a guy, standing by himself in an open window looking outside like he's reflecting. And it said, I want to get my life together, but I kind of want to wait to see if the world ends first.
Mm.
And the reason I just thought of that is, I've heard a couple of people say, oh, everything will be all right. Everything's going to work out. Don't worry about nothing. But then I hear 95% of everybody else I know going, oh, shit's coming. Something's coming. Hang on. Get ready. Be prepared. Even normal people, all right, customers and stuff, people sense something is coming. I think the majority of people think something's coming.
Like a big something. I mean, because stuff's
Like
happening.
an event, and I'm talking like in the next, 56 days or somewhere right before it, during, after it, you know what I mean? Like something, there's going to be an event, a 9/11 type something, something bad, I just feel it. And I know others do too. This, I guess for the last few months, that's all I've been trying to tell people is just prepare yourself, man. Just get some extra food, some extra water, some extra ammo. Expect the worst and hope for the best. Because
Yeah.
there's they say there's millions of illegals in this country right now, and we're coming up on an election that could be contested and create a real issue in this country. And they've been lying and brushing stuff under the rug here for 4 years straight. Something's gonna break, If there's no almighty cue to save us or something else going on there behind the scenes we don't know about, it's gonna get ugly. I can't see it getting better without it getting worse first,
You know what you could do? You got the train tracks at your disposal. You could fabricate a pontoon style track device and
I
just
got plans, Watt. Everywhere I've ever been, I've had an escape route planned, what direction to go depending on the wind, if you know what I mean. It's I got a couple of routes I would ditch out in a direction and feel safer there, That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get my rig in it because all my gear, everything fits in that truck. So if I can get it mobile and roadworthy the way I like it, then I can go in any direction I need to in a hurry,
definitely.
That's my main goal. I've been sitting here fiddling with parts all weekend and this and that. I've rebuilt all my dome lights and rewiring the back of the box now, and I'm adding a ground system to each circuit to all the lighting and all the accessories on the 12-volt system because I got solar and all kinds of inverters and
There you
all
go.
kinds of shit now. And I'm hardening it against EMP. Is what I mean, as much as I can, I'm hardening it against EMP because it's a magneto point system, so it doesn't have any electronics in it. So it's pretty basic. If you ground everything right, you can protect the systems.
Yeah, they're all independent.
Not relying on the body or the frame for ground. I'm adding an extra ground line that all goes to a ground bus. All of it goes to
Yeah,
one main
ground and
copper.
bridge.
Yep.
Gonna do solar?
I got solar. I got the inverters. It's a never ending project, It's like the more stuff I do to it, the more I think of doing to it. Like speaking about pontoons, I was thinking because we got that pontoon tore apart here. I was thinking, I get a couple old pontoon boats and make one set of pontoons hinge up onto a flat deck while it's on a trailer, but I could fold them down and make it extra wide. That would hold my truck. I could make that truck float.
Oh yeah, it's possible for sure.
I can't think of anywhere I'd want to go or where I would feel safer. But I
The
can't think.
hills, high ground, defendable. That's my automatic instinct. If I was trying to hide from somebody, I'd want to be down in the swamps where nobody else wanted to be. But if I was defending myself, I'd want some high ground. That's why I named my truck Hildegard, because we'd have a Hildegard.
There you go. That makes sense.
You understand me, why?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've gotten a few little showers over the last couple of days, but it didn't really add up to a whole lot. Definitely still below average rainfall.
Navy vet, you could do 1,000 things with a box on wheels. It's never ending, the shit you can think of.
Yeah, my car has run like brand new ever since I got it. And all of a sudden, it's like the motor is straining or something. I don't even know how to explain to a mechanic what's going on, but I feel it.
They need to tune up.
And probably because, yeah, it's a 2012 and I've had it for 5 years. So
Well, you can have most vehicles, you can get a code out of the system and find out what's going on with it.
Yep.
Sometimes newer vehicles, it's simple as a dirty battery terminal. We just went through this. I'm not even kidding. They tried to fix it in all different ways, and I went and bought a battery terminal cleaner, and it's fine. It was all it was the battery. So there's so many things that remember this, Bonnie. PMCS. It's preventive maintenance checks and services. If you really want to rely on a vehicle, you got to look at it. You got to check things, check the fluid, grease it up, oil her up. That stuff. It's never ending if you want to keep it.
right. And I just had all that done. Would you
And you
say
can't really. I mean,
P?
even that though, the things wear, the sensors wear. If there's like in a modern vehicle, one sensor goes out, like an oxygen sensor, and next thing you know, it's wearing on the map sensor, and then you'll have you have to replace it and reset. Sometimes you can disconnect the battery, wait for 5 minutes, hook it back up, and it resets the system and fixes issues.
Hmm.
I don't like anything newer than
Oh,
1980. All right, I don't. I don't like any vehicle newer than 1980. I like all the old stuff.
well, I do too, but you know how much they want for all the old stuff? I've been looking at them.
You gotta stay vigilant on your search, and you gotta look for the barn finds and the farmers that are ready to part with whatever, as you gotta look for that stuff. You ain't
Yep,
gonna just find it on eBay, and if you do, you're gonna fight for it.
yep.
Yeah.
Which I
Depending on
guess
what
I
you're
really
looking for,
can't
yeah.
say that because I bought this truck on eBay 18 years ago or something. This was my third one, and I got this one off eBay cheap. And I drove it from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, all the way to Traverse City, Michigan. On a hope and a prayer. You ever done that, Watt, where you get a new vehicle and drive across the country just hoping it doesn't break down?
Yep.
I've been in a few cases like that, yeah.
You take everything you can think of, extra battery, your tools, jumper cables, spare tire, anything you can think of that might help you on that journey.
I think I think that LTD I had was a 79.
Mm,
I should have kept it. I paid
that's a
500
boat.
bucks for it. It was a boat, but I loved it because it was a boat and it would haul butt. And
That's one of those cars that the grill got there 3 minutes before you did.
yeah, but it was tough. And so a dump truck ran over the driver's side of it. So it was pretty dented in, but I never did get it fixed because I couldn't find it. I couldn't find
It probably totaled the garbage truck, didn't it?
You see that shit? Annie's
no.
trying to start some shit again. You look at them trying to blame me on the trains and stuff. I was being polite. I'm like making me
That's
out to
not
be like a
right.
control freak or something. Can you tell I'm just a control freak?
I don't know what year it is, but there's a guy in town that's got one in his shed.
Yes, maybe, but
I don't know what year it
Got a
is though.
what? Just got a what?
Ford, one of the cars she was talking about, a Ford LTD.
yeah,
They had the Elite, the LTD, and there was one more. What was the other one? They all looked very similar.
He's
The
just got a barn full of
Granada,
stuff.
the Ford Granada. Remember, they all had super long noses on the front, and the cab was kind of like pushed to the back. Did yours have the spare tire look on the back of the trunk lid and the back trunk, Bonnie?
no, didn't have that.
I remember a buddy of mine got a Ford LTD, black on black, like 1976. And he was so proud of that thing, man. He loved it. He was out there every day polishing it and cleaning it and shit.
Yeah, and this one had it had a metal roof, but then over that it had a thin layer of vinyl,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the goats ate that off.
Mm.
yeah. They're assholes. I seen goats do
We
dances on brand new cars, man, and ruin the paint jobs, dent them up. Brand new cars, like, oh joy, a brand new toy.
I tried everything to keep those goats off of the roof. Even bought a minivan thinking they can't climb up this. Yes, they could.
Uh,
Oh yeah, they love it. They love the clown.
I knew a goat that did thousands of dollars of damage in his lifetime to neighbors' shit, to their own shit, to all their cars, to their friends' cars, their family's cars. This goat fucked up a lot of shit during its life.
Out of control.
Yeah, his name was Dweezil. You know whose
Of
kid
course.
was actually named Dweezil?
No,
It's a heck of a
Frank
name.
Zappa's Frank Zappa's kids were named Moon Unit and Dweezil.
my goodness.
These real people.
Yeah, those are real
Oh,
names of real people. which are still there out there in the world somewhere.
Man, something else.
I need y'all to excuse me just a second.
I think she farted.
I mean, imagine naming somebody Dweezil now.
Or moon unit for all that. I mean,
Well, that's happening. That's probably still a thing.
that's the girl. Moon unit was the girl. Dweezil was the boy.
That makes sense.
Does it? All right. I thought moon unit was pretty, what is that? Androgynous?
Yeah, yeah. Feminine aspect.
Ah. Okay, I can't mute during this train or I'll be accused of censorship and shit.
Mm. It's non-stop with the trains in your area.
I don't know, man. There's something. They're busy. Yeah, on a Sunday night too. Kind of.
More than usual, or
Yeah, today on a Sunday. Yeah, every few minutes there seems to be going
they coming in or going out?
both directions.
Hmm.
They've only got a couple places where there's like parallel tracks where they can get around each other.
Yeah. They gotta. There's one not too far from me. It's been pretty quiet lately, but there's
I
a few
couldn't even hear
junctions around
your
town.
racket. I missed all that, Watt.
I
Noisy
said
sucker.
there's a train track not too far from me. If one goes by, you can hear it, but it's been pretty quiet lately. A lot of daytime, but not much nighttime.
This one's flying. It's doing like 50 mile an hour.
Mm. When I was a kid, we all ran out there. We had some coins or something of some sort and put it out there and just let it get smashed. We
You
all
don't
made
want to
some.
do that around here, man. Those railroad cops mean business. There's been a bunch of people that killed themselves on these tracks. A bunch of people wandered off into the tracks and got killed. And it's a Canadian railroad owned by Canadians through here. All right. And they are all over the place here. I mean, constant surveillance of certain stretches of track around here.
Well, I bet, yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely not a wanderer.
Ain't like it was when we were kids, where you could walk the tracks and nobody would even give a shit. Nowadays, you'll get picked up.
Wow. For
Rail
walking up train tracks?
Yeah,
railroad
you're not
fraud.
even supposed to be near them. You're supposed to be like I think 30 feet away from the track bed or something. There is a law, and
Yeah,
yeah.
safety, really.
You also got all the train jumpers that they're trying to combat.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe that. Red glass lanterns.
Pretty sure you probably met a few of them type of guys. I seen a documentary one time about some guys. They were out west doing it.
I've known them pretty much all my life. I remember the old crews that used to be in Michigan. There's a Oxford, Michigan, where that school shooting happened, is why everybody would know it. But that used to be the largest gravel pit in the world because three of the largest gravel companies all had land next to each other. And there were private railroad tracks all through those hills. Then those linked up to the main railroad tracks, which all used to be very active. All right. When I was a kid, they were hauling gravel up and down these train tracks constantly. Anyways, they I remember like there's a place they call Leroy's Hill. right near town, on the edge of town. And this old wino named Leroy pretty much lived out there on this hill next to town on the other side of the tracks. He'd come and go only by train only. Sometimes he was there, sometimes he wasn't, you know. And there's a group of guys that would hang around him, but you wouldn't see them as often. It wasn't their territory. And then, you know, sometime in probably in the mid 2000s, I met a whole bunch of young train jumpers. I mean, this area was full of them. When I had a shop in this town before, a lot of wanderers, because I'm selling surplus stuff and got my shop wide open, you know, all that stuff. They'd want, you know, walk up and, hey man, just came in out of Wyoming or whatever. There, you know, there was a lot of them, and I know a lot of them still, but they're scattered all over the country. You know, I hear from a couple of them now and then, but they live the most vagabond lifestyle. I mean, they don't own anything more than they can carry.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They got a network though. You know, they use social media to stay in contact with each other, and they can tell each other where the best hangouts are to get donations, or where, you know, where people will feed you, or the soup kitchens, or you know, or the shelters or whatever. They share this information to where it becomes like a network. They know if they went to California what the best area is right now to be at, you know.
We should be that organized.
Necessity, you know, breeds organization, really.
True.
I
One
knew
of
a
them I
guy that
know
did
I
that.
just
He
talked
hitchhiked
to.
around America. He had some crazy stories.
I heard
Mm.
from one of them. He's like 35 now or something, and he's up in Oregon. I don't know how close he is to anybody we know, but he contacted me through social media not long ago. He's like, "I found a sewing machine, Carl. What? How do I get this going?" And he showed me this 100-year-old Singer sewing machine, missing the leather belts and with the treadle and probably missing parts. I said, dude, get a different machine, you know. And he's like, oh, I can get this going. And so I showed him where to get the leather belt. I ain't heard from him since, all right. So, but I hope the best for him. But he's not the one you want to start with, brother.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, see a bunch of them down here. People just have them sitting in their house somewhere.
What's up, meat? I don't know.
Pepe want the link.
I've jumped some trains. All right. I haven't gone super long time living like that, but I have used it to get around. Back in the day, it was pretty easy. You know, you could jump a train and get to another town real fast and simple.
Yeah.
I have
Especially
never
out
been.
in the gravel pits, man. I remember just riding the tracks, riding the trains on the tracks out in the gravel pits just to get around out there. You know,
Wow.
If you knew where you was at and had some maps, yeah, you could do it.
there was a point in that time, Watt, I was drawing my own maps. I made maps of a lot of Oakland County. You know, I did maps of all the watersheds and the topography and the swamps and stuff. I still have a lot of them. It was just something that interested me a lot. I have a lot. I mean, a lot of maps.
Oh, I bet.
I got a map of every county of this state and a lot of other states. I've got a map of every state, and I've got a map of every country. Which I got the map of the whole world, and map of the ocean bottoms, and map of the stars, and I got maps, man. I got all kinds of maps.
I just have Texas in some of the cities in Texas.
I got a map of Texas and a few of the counties.
We even did some work at a couple of local schools here, and they were doing remodels, and they were just throwing the maps in the trash. The ones they have in the classroom, the old style ones.
Yeah,
Got
what
as
a
many
way.
as they let me get.
You showing the anti-jack shorts. I don't think I did a video of my map. Did a video of my portable library.
I need to get one of those big ones and a chalkboard.
Chalkboard?
Yep. I want
You can make your own. You get the
a chalk.
chalkboard paint.
Yep.
Make it as big as you want or whatever.
That's true. Hmm.
I mean, depending on how much you need or whatever. I mean, you may could find a chalkboard cheaper than the paint. I don't know.
I know my mama had a drafting table. That my brother probably threw it away. She had a porch swing that had a metal frame, and it was like solid metal, not just the cheapo
Oh,
like
yeah.
swing sets and stuff. And so I had it up under the awning, out of the way. It wasn't in anybody's way or anything. The swing that was on it needed to be taken off, but I had planned to do one of those big circle with the thick cushion so you could lay there and look at the stars, hang it on there. And when he had that dumpster out there, went out there and I was like, "Where's my swing?" And my sister in law said, "What swing?" I said, "The one that was under the awning." And she said, "Was that yours?" And I said, "Yes." Well, it's gone now. I said, "Man."
It's happened to me too many times in my life where people got rid of my shit, Bonnie. I know how it feels.
No. And I know a lot of stuff I have is trash to some people, but I know I can make something out of it. I had an old bed frame, wooden bed frame, and I was making a bench to sit on the front porch. I was making it to fit a baby crib mattress, and I was going to use the mattress. I had got the mattress at a garage sale for $5. The mattress was going to be the cushion on the seat, and yep, that went in the trash. And I was like, ah.
They won't be getting a
Parts
Christmas
is
card.
parts. Parts is parts. You should never throw away somebody's part stash.
Right? I mean, I get it that nobody got what I was doing, I guess, or I don't know.
I get it, man. The last couple months, I've been using up parts I've been saving for decades, Bonnie. I've been saving these parts to do this project, so I totally get it.
Yeah,
I'm surrounded by parts right now.
oh, that's cool. Maybe that. Yeah. Well, I gotta build it all back up. My tools. Oh my gosh, I am a fanatic about my tools. Harbor Freight, any
Are
place like that.
you, are you just trying to turn all the guys on, Bonnie? What's going on?
It's heaven to me when I go. And my mother was the same way with tools. Maybe that's where I got it from. But and so when I moved here, the girls just threw them all in a box, and they have gone through it. They've left them wherever sitting. I don't know. I have no clue where my tools are, and I cannot wait to get my pegboard and set up my tools. And I'm gonna draw an outline. I saw somebody do that. Draw an outline of each tool so that you know when one's missing.
Oh, I know immediately anyways.
Mama didn't like her either. Her who? My sister-in-law? She didn't. I don't know what you're talking about, Lauren.
You never mess with another person's tools without permission. You know, it's just one of those
No,
things.
and so I bought this little cheapo tool bag. Our local grocer had them. It's got an Ace Hardware in there too, and it had a little wrench and so I told the girls, I said, you can use these tools. It has a little miniature hammer, all this miniature stuff. That didn't work either.
Little
I
Bob the
have,
Builder set.
Right?
I've been very stringent about keeping everything on the truck standard size only. I have no metric nuts or bolts anywhere on the rig. Therefore, I don't have to carry any metric tools, which lightens your load. But I've got every tool I need, all right, and no more, no less. So those are real important to me. You know, I've got tool rolls with wrenches in them, and I've got I got everything I need, and I don't want nobody messing with my tools.
And I couldn't wait. My stepdad, he was always building stuff. And so he had the table saw, he had everything. And I was like, oh, I cannot wait to get out there to that garage and have fun. And it's all gone. And so my son-in-law is just like my brother. If they don't need it, it's gone. And he had a whole bunch, a stack of those plastic Folgers coffee with the lid that snapped on. And I told my mom, I said, don't let anybody throw those away because I will use those for nails, nuts, bolts, all that stuff. Mark it on there with a marker what it is. Yeah, they're
I
all
got
gone.
a lot of empty peanut butter jars that are full of nuts and bolts. That's how I keep it organized.
Oh yeah, I see a
So
lot
I'm
of guys like that.
starting out all over with little pill bottles or whatever. The vitamin C bottles, those are pretty good. The big ones that they help.
Yeah,
And
but Navy, mine's simple. I know I've worked on these things for so long that I actually don't have to guess what the wrench size is. If I take the radiator core apart, I know I need a 1/2 inch, a 7/16, and a 5/8. You know, it's just I've done it so many times that there's no guessing at all.
I know Navy Vet. I look for those steel cans. They're hard to find anymore.
Well, I guess I'll have to show you
You
something.
got 'em.
Yeah. All right, you ever seen? Here's the ammo cans, the 50 cal ammo cans. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I've
It was back in the day, like 30 years ago. I found these trays that are made to go inside them. So I've got all my spare parts all
oh
organized, you know, and it all fits in their place. Like I said, I've been rebuilding lights. I've got those all rebuilt, lined them with white for, you know, help
I
with the
had
brush.
some of those containers you just showed. I had 2 or 3 of them.
There's more of them. There's the 12-volt station I'm working on. But when you talk about jars of, there's all jars of nuts and bolts and screws and everything that go on that truck when it all goes back together.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm surrounded by parts right now.
Yeah, and I've been saving my glass jars.
I like the plastic ones. I can't, they don't break. You can drop them.
True.
You can put light bulbs in them or something, and it won't. It'll still protect them. You know, the truck on all the old pickup trucks, there was all these empty cavities inside the doors, inside the quarter panels, in the cab corners. Even under the seats. There's all that space, and I've used all the space on that truck and made it where it all holds spare parts, alternators, carburetors, windshield wiper washers, alternators, anything that I might need. I've got at least one or more of stashed inside the body of that truck. I mean, extra belts, all the fluids, tranny fluids, extra oils, anything, it's it's pretty much a rolling parts shed right now. you know,
You see, maybe that.
no Navy, I don't own anything anymore that I don't need or use. If I can't, if it doesn't serve a purpose, I don't keep knickknacks or nothing like that. And
What about patty wax?
nope, no paddywhacks neither. Just what I need.
Well,
That's
I
the only
do.
way you can do it. I mean, I've got a lot of gear. I mean, I've got Arctic gear, got hot weather gear, I've got tents, I've got a lot of gear. And if you want
Yeah.
to fit it all in a truck, you guys will see soon. It's getting wired, it's going to get insulated, put back together, and I'm going to do some pictures of before I put the gear in and after I put, because I got 4,000 pounds worth of stuff I carry in that truck.
Oh, well. But that's the cool thing about going to older people's homes. They have everything. And my kids don't see it that way. Hey, Slow Country, good to see you.
Yeah, what's up, Slow? I just want to be as independent as possible. Even these junkyards have emptied out. I can't get 70s Dodge truck parts like I used to. If I find something like that, I'm going to hang on to it because it's just getting hard to find.
Yeah, I was going to say, you kind of have to with the vehicle you have.
They still make a lot of it. Don't get me wrong. I can do a full tune-up on it right out of any part store. They still have, because it's a basic engine, real common, used in many, many vehicles. So that part of it, but like if I was to have to replace one of those axles or something, that could be a search.
Yeah. I have knickknacks that have sentimental value that I can't get rid of. So,
I get that, and I had a lot of it too, Bonnie, but I've given it away. And now I do have a lot of stuff that people gave me. Like my mom bought me something from Cabela's back in the 90s. It's called the Ultimate Table. It's a folding card table, all made out of steel. It supports over 300 pounds. It's like the ultimate table. And I treasure that. And to me, every time I look at that table, I think of my mom. I've got my father's hatchet. I've got little things like that that I use from a lot of people I know. So I'd have my father's blue jacket manual from the Navy in World War II. That's a treasure to me. There's certain things I have, but they're all useful.
yes. Navy vet's asking you what engine is in that.
That is a 318 without, it was a 318 before any of the pollution control or any of the vacuum, any of that. It's got just a super basic 318 with industrial heads they put on like a commercial vehicle.
Oh no, maybe.
318s are one of the engines that are known to just like go on forever and never die. You can abuse them and they just keep going. 200 horsepower. It's got everything it's needed. It's not even about the engine with these things. They're so low geared. They got Dana 60 axles in them, super low gear with a low full-time four-wheel drive transfer case. And I mean, I can literally put it in low, tap the gas pedal, jump out of the truck and walk beside the truck and it'll drive itself over fucking anything. It's like a tractor gear, you know?
Cool. Yeah, my son was given all the camping stuff, and so when we were transferring it today, there was a military sleeping bag, and I was like, "Oh man!"
You want the down ones, Bonnie. The polyester filled what they call intermediate bags. They're crap. I mean, they're good down to like
It's
30,
just
40 degrees, but if they get wet, you're freezing your ass off. Now, on the other hand, there's many U.S. military field or sleeping bags that are made with down filling. So if you ever find one with down, a mountain bag, an extreme cold weather bag, any of those are nice. Those those are what I recommend because they're easier to dry. They'll keep you warm below zero. They're way
yeah.
better bag.
It felt like down. I mean, I had to touch it.
There'll be a label on them on the inside, either printed on or sewed in. Always go to the label. If it says polyester fill, it's not worth much. I mean, it's not junk, but I don't even want one. I've got several mountain bags that I cherish. All right, one of them is an extreme cold weather Arctic mountain bag. Then I've got the regular mountain bags. M1949 is what they're called. What it is one of the bags is super large and will zip over the other down-filled sleeping bag, making it a dual layer extreme. I've slept on the ground at over 40 below zero, right on the ground on a sleeping bag without any problem. Pictures of that on my community page, in fact.
Yeah, I've seen those. I'm pretty sure it was my stepdad's from when he was in the military. So it was old, but it didn't look old.
They
And
even
it,
have ones that are called evacuation bags, Bonnie. They weigh like 30 pounds. They zip on the top all the way around in a giant U shape so you can set a patient right inside of it. The walls are like 6 inches thick of downfill. You set the guy in almost like a sleeping bag coffin and it zips up with a big furry coyote fur hood that's on it and stuff. This is
yeah,
the most extreme sleeping bag they make that I've ever seen. It's called the evacuation sleeping bag. That'd be good for you Texans if you ever had to go north.
I can't see any reason to go north. And that's when you were talking about 40 below. Well, okay, if that happens here, y'all know it's the end of the world.
Yeah, that's too much.
I'm not confusing anything, Auntie Jack. There's only two fabrics on earth, natural made, that will wick the moisture away from the body when you're cold, all right? Even when it's wet. That's wool and buckskin. What I meant and what I said is the down dries faster. So if you get a polyester bag wet in the cold, it's a whole different animal than a wet down-filled bag. You can actually dry those over a period of time by letting your body vent some of the moisture away from you. Polyester won't do that. It will just stay wet and miserable. When you're in that cold of conditions, it's called cold dry conditions. That's what the white Mickey Mouse boots are for, military issue, extreme cold. Those are for cold dry conditions when it's really cold out. So cold, nothing's wet. Now there's wet cold conditions, which are what the black Mickey Mouse boots were designed for. It's a little warmer, things are soppier. There's different. Once you get so cold, you don't have to worry about the moisture outside. You have to worry about the moisture inside. Your body has to wick that away from you. If you're to people have died from sleeping or breathing inside of their sleeping bags in extreme cold weather because it moisturizes the bag as you're breathing. All that water vapor you're breathing out takes the insulation away from the bag and gets it wet and freezes up on people.
Oh, wow. Well, if it gets cold here, it's always wet. It seems to
Right.
just go together here.
We got to get below freezing, which is like 32 degrees, but to get into the wet, past the wet cold conditions into dry cold, you're below zero. You're, negative 10 or colder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't appreciate it that cold.
Well,
Yeah.
and I didn't realize until Snowmageddon that there's a feels like for the cold too. Because when it got down to 5 degrees here,
Wind
they,
chill.
yes, the wind chill, that's right, was lower. It was below. And I was like, I'm not stepping foot out of this house. And then when the power went off, I had on like 2 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of pants, shirt, sweater, jacket. I could not get warm. And then I think it was Ronan told me they need to be loose fitting. Loose fitting is warmer. And I was like, that's where we messed up. Because we were wearing leggings and stuff like that, trying to get warm, and they weren't warm. We weren't warm.
How cold did it end up getting during that event?
That's the thermometer said 5, but the wind chill was like, it was a little low, like, I don't know.
Probably 0 or negative.
Yeah.
I've showed you when I was staying in the tent there a year or the winter before last, Bonnie. Remember I showed you the tent, how the walls would turn to ice and everything?
Yes.
That was 35 below before the wind chill factor.
Good grief.
No. And I've tried the EWIC systems, the extreme cold weather sleep systems too, Slow Country. I field tested a few different versions they have of those and different layering systems. And those are okay until you get into those really below zero temperatures. Then I still am warmer in my down-filled bags than I was in those Gore-Tex ones. Those are fine for wet, cold, and intermediate use. Those are great, but I wouldn't want cold weather. I love talking about surplus. Can you tell?
Yes. You live it.
I figure it was about 73 or 74. I started really getting into Army surplus, and that's only 200 yards away from me, well, it's not there anymore, but the building where they used to have the flea markets when I was a kid is still over there. I remember this old man. He was like 80 years old and 73 or 74, and he'd have a pile of army canvas stuff in front of his table. I mean, just random packs and shoulder bags and clothing. And he'd be like, whatever you want, you got to dig for it. And I'd dig in that pile for as long as they'd let me be there. And I could buy shit for like a quarter a piece. All right. So I'd save up any money I could get, go and buy as much surplus, and I hung on to that stuff for years and years. And I'll be damned, man. I had World War One gear and shit that turned out to be worth something later in life. You know, well, some of that stuff was a gold mine.
Yeah. So, I remember seeing 101 waterproofing. I think it was a backpack. What was he using? Was it a bar of soap? Do y'all remember?
Couldn't tell you. I can't remember.
I couldn't hear a word. I had to mute because that sucker just went by blaring again.
No. When 101 was waterproofing, I think it was a backpack. Was it a bar of soap he was using, or do you
Oh God,
remember?
I don't know. I missed that episode, Bonnie.
I can't remember what he was using.
There's all kinds of products you can use to waterproof fabric, but it more or less makes it water resistant. There's no such thing as a waterproofing that you can use on a fabric beyond something called urethane that the military uses on ponchos and all that stuff. That stuff's gold, all right? When I That stuff has made me thousands of dollars of having cans of that fixing, the circus equipment, all those blow up circus things and carnival rides they got with the big slides and crap. I could patch one of those with this stuff and charge hundreds of dollars for the repair, and they were gladly paying it. But anyways, that's the only stuff I've ever found that actually will waterproof a fabric and last. Everything else out there is just wishful thinking. I used to have a medicine cabinet filled with all kinds of waterproofing bottles and water resistance, treatments and all kinds of crap, and none of them really work well, except
Well,
for urethane.
a bar of soap wouldn't work because that would just.
No, no. And what Lauren said, there is mink oil. That's good for treating leather and stuff, and it keeps water from getting in the leather and keeps it from rotting and stuff. So that's good for that kind of stuff. But so are a lot of things. Saddle soap, mink oil. There's just a lot of that. But
Maybe it was saddle soap because it was leaving a white film on the
well, there's
can.
this stuff called Canvec, all right, and you like get canvas tarps or canvas military or civilian tents. They have to be treated every couple of years. If you roll a canvas tent up wet and throw it in your garage, you're going to ruin it within months. It's going to mold. It's going to rot. That's a organic material there that's going to get mildew and rot, and it will just you can't even sew it. It'll fall apart on you trying to fix it. Well, every couple of years you're supposed to take those tents and treat them with something called Canvec, and it's a waterproof treatment that helps it keeps the water beating up on the outside of the canvas. It doesn't allow the water to get into the canvas, which back in the day they used to mix gasoline and fuel oils and shit and mix it with beeswax or whatever they could get and make a concoction to paint their canvas. That's how circus tents used to go up in flames so easy. It was treated with freaking fuels, idiots. But
Oh no!
where was I going with this? Oh, he
Yes.
might have been using Canvec waterproof treatment or something on that pack. I don't know. I didn't see it.
I don't remember. It's been a while, but it was one of the cool things that he did. Didn't have to do with flashlights. And I will in it at Jack. I'll look that up. Depending on. Hmm.
You know those oil coats, or what they call oil skin coats, like the dusters, Australian and Texas dusters. You know what those are,
Yes.
right, Bob?
Yes.
Those are also something where they had a wax impregnated into the fabric to help waterproof them.
Yeah. And
At least they're original.
they would put something on the leather too, because leather will ruin if it gets wet.
Yeah, I mean, you can. It depends. Like suedes and stuff are, but you can get a saddle wet, and then treat it and put saddle soap on it, and keep it from rotting. If you take care of it after it's wet, you can still do that. But if you treat it on a regular basis before you get it wet, it keeps the water from soaking into the leather, or helps keep it from soaking. Because
So,
done a lot of that. I mean, I know guys that were in the military and stuff. They'll take their boots and they'll cover it with mink oil or saddle soap, and then they'll set them in the oven. They'll get the oven hot and they'll set their boots in the oven just long enough to melt all that stuff into the leather, and then pull them out and polish them and stuff. There's all kinds of tricks people do to treat their leathers.
yeah. Did you see John climb in bed and play a video of crickets and trees?
Well, if I set up camp, I'm pretty comfortable, John. I mean, I made myself a 17 by 17 by 10-foot tall pyramidal roofed tent that I've got screen walls, I've got winter walls, I've got rain walls. I can make tarps and stuff in any direction off the sides of it. It's got where I can put the wood stove in the center of the tent instead of by the wall like most of the military tents. It weighs a fraction of the weight of a military tent. I've got the cots, I've got a field desk, I've got a table, I've got everything. I can set it up like a little house. All right, I'm real comfortable in my tent. It's not like I'm hurting for anything. I'm off the ground. I got 4-inch custom sleeping pads I made that turn into couch or queen size bed, or two twin size beds, or they zip together or zip apart. Uh, it's styling when it's set up. I'm not hurting in any way.
Well, that's true. Because I know with the horses, saddles have got wet. I forgot about that.
Rode hard and put away wet.
Yeah. And the dusters seem to be a thing if you're out riding or
They will shed water. I mean, they
flats.
literally are designed to shed the water away from your body. That's what that cape on the shoulders is about, and everything.
Yeah.
That's old tech. You know what the fringe on leather jackets was for?
No.
It's to break up the outline of your human form from a distance. It's actually a camouflage.
The fringe?
The fringe on a leather jacket was originally designed to break up the outline of a person, like their silhouette on a ridge or in the
Yeah.
distance.
Yep.
Huh. I didn't know that. I thought it was just for looks.
No, there's a whole bunch of useless information I retain.
Huh. Yeah, they're filming another movie around here. what they call it. Are they already filmed it? Where'd I write that down? Oh, it's called Moonrise. Have you heard of that?
Oh,
No, I
not yet.
haven't.
With Grangers.
That can be true too, Andy. And a lot of that's one of the things that if you're tying tarps or tents up the old way, not these dome tents, there's ways that you can tie your guy lines to take water away from your shelter. And often people make the mistake of putting the wrong knot near the corner of their tent or something, which causes it to be like a drain coming down the side of a house right down into your tent floor. People do that to themselves all the time.
Yep.
Oh, wow, Andy.
I like wool a lot, Annie. I got a lot of wool. I've got 4 1950 wool U.S. Army. They're like, button up shirts with the pockets. They're just like a dress shirt, but they're thick green wool. And I've got the Army wool socks. I've got Army issue wool sleeping bags from World War II. They're the same shape, size, zipper, just like a military mummy bag. Only they're just like a layer of like wool blankets, which I've got a couple of Army issue wool blankets. And I use this stuff. I've got a wool Arctic mittens. I've got a wool scarf. Wool. I use wool. I need wool. Without my wool, I would freeze up here.
And I am so, yeah, I can't have wool. I need waterproof shoes. I cannot stand my feet to get wet because they don't warm up forever.
There's one outfit, Auntie, I never was able to afford. And I always wanted a set, but even back in the '80s, it was like $1,000 or more for the shirt and the pants. And it was made by this outfitters company in Oregon. I remember it was either Oregon or Washington, and it's a camouflage wool scout outfit. This is for like guides and stuff. And man, that's a nice outfit. I've never had. Like a gray camouflage, a dark, subdued gray camouflage outfit. I forget the maker's name right now. It's escaping my memory, but good stuff. But the old Army surplus stuff I've got suits its purpose. In fact, I just found a dude like 3 months ago on Marketplace here, 30 miles from me, selling 2 brand new in the package 1952 wool Army shirts like I wear all the time. So I got 2 brand new ones.
Mm.
Cool.
My buddy was headed north. I'm like, dude, I want to go just so I can stop by and buy these shirts. On some dirt road to this guy, old farmer's house. I pull up in that driveway. He goes in his barn and comes out with this package of stuff and all this other stuff. Hey, I thought you might be. No, I just want them shirts, man. That's all I'm after. I really want those shirts. It was like a drug deal out in the middle of nowhere or something.
Lauren, you know what I noticed? They do that. They So,
Yeah.
yeah, because he was attacked, it's like, thank you for coming up live.
What did he just jump out?
Yes, he always just disappears. But
Hutch does that too. Hutch does that all the time. Just stops his stream or just disappears.
it's like they gotta put the attention on themselves, and so they start how they're in danger or whatever, and no, they're not. They're never mind. I won't say that either, but they're not in any danger. All right, Andy. Anti. Oh, DM you and see what's up. I have snow boots, but it's got to be really cold to wear those because they are hot. They're,
I've got two different kinds of extreme cold weather boots. People call them Mickey Mouse boots. People call them bunny boots. They've got what looks like an air valve on the outside of them, and people think you're supposed to inflate them or whatever. That's not what that is. That's for equalizing pressure once you reach a height of over 10,000 feet. You know, if you're in an airplane or up in the mountains, you've got to equalize the pressure of something that's sealed, and they're the warmest boots on earth, Bonnie. I can be in below zero temperatures and dump a cold glass of water in that boot, and within a couple of minutes, it's going to warm that water to the temperature of my foot before my foot gets cold.
hmm.
That's the only boot I would want in extreme cold weather. I use combat boots. I've got Danners, but the rain. I just use regular combat boots in the rain. I don't any other boot. If you're sloshing along, anyways, you're going to get water up over the edge. You're going to get wet anyway around it. You know, even
Yeah.
if you wear galoshes, eventually your feet are going to get wet.
And they're white. And that's most of the time we have just slush here. The caliche, my driveway is not a cement driveway. It's like it's caliche.
If you had to spend a lot of time out in that, carrying an extra pair of socks or two is what
Mm-hmm.
you need to dry your feet out once a day. You can be out in it all day, but at the end of the day, take that all off. Even if you don't have anything to keep your feet warm, it's better to have dry, cold feet than to have wet feet. You got to dry them out every now and then.
Yeah.
It's another reason why I like the wool socks because it does wick the moisture away from your skin.
When y'all have different things in your stores than we have, and that's what I remember asking everybody. Okay, where do you get warm clothes? We don't have real flannel here, and I love the feel of real flannel. But even I think I ordered from Duluth, and it wasn't real flannel. It was
You probably need to look at something like a Cabela's catalog or an LL Bean or something like that would have high quality flannel clothing. There is different grades to that stuff. If you buy it at
yeah,
Walmart, you're getting what you're paying for. Right? It's not going to be, but if you bought it from a manufacturer or somebody who has a catalog items, you'll get something that's very well made, thicker materials. You'd probably love it.
I can't remember if I got it from Duluth or LL Bean, but it was expensive, and I ended up sending it back. I was like, and for the reason I put, this is not real flannel, thinking that if they had any, they would tell me. But
Yeah.
I don't know. So I told Gigi, I said, I'm gonna send you money. You shop for me. Send it to me.
Even the surplus stuff isn't as easy to find as it used to be. Used to be able to get the socks I wear are just army green wool socks. They used to be a dime a dozen. I could literally buy a big package of them for like $8, and nowadays they're like, oh no, we want $20 a pair.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
it is. I say everything.
Surplus used to be the way to get a deal on something. Now it's like, oh, it's surplus, it's worth more. It's just changed.
Because it lasts.
I've
They don't
been
want.
very partial to the U.S. military surplus. All right, I've seen all kinds of foreign stuff, and there's some decent foreign surplus out there. But I was always, I want the U.S. stuff, so I don't have foreign gear. All of my stuff is U.S. issue gear, and I do believe in it. I use it all the time. I've got shit that I've had for 45 years. I've used it, and it still works fine. The stuff
Yeah,
does last.
yeah,
All that stuff, Navy. I don't like T-shirts with sayings on them and bright colors. I never did. Those brown coyote brown T-shirts that the military gives them, all of them. I love those things, right? Especially if they had pockets, and I could buy them in packages for like $1 a piece for years. I never have to worry about T-shirts. I'd be doggone, man. Now I can't even find those.
yeah, yeah. And just trying to find a coat because I always get my coat lined, and um, they'll line the coat except for the sleeves, and I'm like, why did they think your arms do not get cold? I don't understand that, but I
Well,
found a.
that's how you end up making your own stuff, Bonnie. That's what happened to me in the
I know.
'80s. I I wanted some things they didn't make in the '80s. I put these pictures on my community page a long time ago too, but I started making winter camouflage outfits before anybody sold them. All right, in the '80s, I got a hold of some actual government surplus white camouflage prototype fabric in woodland and tiger stripe, and it was really good fabric. And I made myself a white camouflage outfit, and everybody that I knew that saw that, hunters and all kinds of guys, were like, I gotta have one of those. And I ended up started making those outfits for people for like $250 base price, pants and coat with a couple pockets and a hood. And then people would pay extra to get, like, I'd make back pockets, kind of like a little backpack built into the back, or hidden pockets or cargo pockets on the pant. I could add to it. And I was making outfits for people who were $500-600 an outfit because they wanted it all, draw cord legs and all that shit. And
Dang.
I that's how I really got into making stuff and making money on it. I still have my original white woodland camouflage outfit, and I treasure it, man, because it works so well, Bonnie. If I'm in a wooded area that is snowed, I've
Mm-hmm.
had not just people, but I've had deer look right through me. I mean, look right in my direction and not see me. It blends so well that it fools both the human and critter's eyes.
Hmm.
And there's pictures to prove it on my page. There's the ones there where I've got several pictures posted where the people are in the photographs wearing those outfits I made them. And in most cases, people only see the one person. They don't see the other people in the background.
Yeah. And that's a good idea, Gmo. One size bigger than mine.
That's another thing, about Michiganders know this stuff. Loose clothing, tight clothing in cold weather restricts your blood flow. All right. And the
Yeah.
looser that it is on you to a point, it holds and traps more air, which is insulation. So if you wear layers of baggy things too, now you've got a size you can put on a couple shirts and have one that's baggy enough to put over top of all that. Layering is one of the keys. But
Yes.
on top of that, you don't want to wear something tight in the cold weather because you'll get cold quick.
That's what we did. That's where we messed up. And that's what Ronan was telling me. And I know Ohio gets pretty cold too sometimes. And that's it. Looser. But it makes sense because I've noticed that with the blankets, just a little thin throw works for me. If you, if where I thought I had to keep piling them on, didn't make any sense to me, but it works.
I think I showed you my tent fort too when it got really cold, where I would
Yeah,
take those cots and I'd have several layers of blankets in my mountain bags, but I would take and I would put my poncho liners up like a tent around me. And
yeah,
just that extra layer of insulation between you and the outside would be like another stage of your body heat being trapped. And it will make a difference. I mean, it'll be another 10 degrees warmer inside of your little blanket fort than it would be not without it.
yeah. But that's why I got that tent from Eric. And then um, I have sheets and blankets that if that happened again, I was going to tack them up on the ceiling around the bed.
It'll help. It really will. It'll help a lot.
Yeah,
You can exist like that in very, very cold conditions without heat. You
yeah.
know.
That's what I told the girls. It's a giant tent and we can all fit on it, play cards, whatever, and
Lately,
not
I've seen a
freak.
series of YouTubers that are exploring the tent within a tent idea. There's guys doing videos on YouTube where they'll take three different tents out, set one up inside of each other, and make a three layers. They're
Yeah,
discovering that layers matter.
yeah. Jumped in the creek.
I got me a nice piece of buckskin here. I'm going to make me a loincloth. Buckskin's nice. If there was enough of that leather, I'd be making myself another shirt because I'd done worn mine right off my body wearing that thing too much. Buckskin shirts are nice, Bonnie.
Is is that like real, like deer, like?
Yeah, it's a very well tanned deer hide.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've been wanting to do that too.
them old mountain men used to wear the same buckskin pants for like years. They probably stood up by themselves in the corner.
Yeah. Hmm. I bet I could make buckskin gloves.
I'll tell you a little something about making gloves. It can be done, but especially with leather, it would be one of the hardest things to make is a pair of gloves, especially
Oh,
for little hands, like little skinny little hands for women and stuff.
yeah.
That and it's because that if you're doing it by hand, leather stretches, and that's some fine ass seams you're gonna have to do by hand because no machine's gonna get you in there. All right,
Right.
that's how tight they are. You have to have specially made machines to make gloves.
So it'd be better to do a mitten or maybe. I don't know.
That's what I've always made. I've made a lot of mittens, and I make extreme cold weather mittens. Are kind of ridiculous. I've got pictures of those, I think, on the page too. But they're over the elbow mittens. They're like the extreme cold weather Air Force or Army issue gloves that are, they look like big giant bear paws. They got fur on the back and stuff. Most of them are synthetic fur. They used to use real fur on the back, but I'd make them with buffalo fur on the backs. And the fur on the back of the mittens actually does have a purpose. You can put your hands up to your face and use the back of your mittens to keep your face warm your face up good with it. But then they're the outer shell, and then on the inside you can have different kinds of liners. And I'd make wool liners. I'd take army issue wool blankets and I would serge them into the shape of the mittens. Or I also used what like the M65 field jacket or poncho liner material, and I'd make nylon liners, which the military has used both of those things. They also used a pile wood or a wool pile all natural liners they made with some of that stuff. But yeah, those are really warm, Bonnie. You can sit in the woods below zero with that kind of gear on and not get cold. That's what they're for. If you wanted to sit on the stump all day long in extreme cold weather and had them gloves, your hands won't get cold.
Right. So what do y'all use for your face? And
I've got what's called an extreme cold weather face mask. It's a white mask with removable filters. You can bend the eyes to a shape that you want. You can use them with goggles and stuff. They're really cheap. You can find those probably still online. They're all white. They've got a neck scarf, and they can be worn with hoods and helmets and anything else.
oh, so the mouth is covered.
You can have it open, or you can Velcro these. Like it looks like one of those little dust masks you would wear to keep when you're working on something. Like a little cup. It
Yeah,
velcros right on. If you bought a mask, I think it would come with 3 or 5 extra ones or something like that.
because I would think the cold would affect your lungs. If you're
Well,
breathing.
that's the thing. It's just like with you don't want to breathe in your clothing. It's the same thing with if you're sleeping in a sleeping bag that can kill you in extreme cold weather. If you breathe in your bag, it will freeze up on you. You will get wet. You will lose your insulation value. It's bad news. Same thing with a face mask. If you're breathing inside of that face mask in the winter all the time, that's why they give you several of those face masks. Because once that gets soaking wet, you can remove it, put a fresh one on there, and start all over. Or you can remove it altogether and let all that moisture that you're breathing out of your body out.
Interesting.
I always thought so. I've actually had, I got all kinds of basic cold weather operations manuals and all kinds of technical and field manuals on all this stuff, and it fascinated me.
Yeah.
And that's why I did that stuff. I wanted to know that I could sleep on the ground at 50 below zero. And I know I can. And I'll be all right.
I know there was one time when I was a kid, we were camping in Waco. It was either Waco or Oklahoma City. I don't know. I can't remember where it was. It was cold. And um, there was we belonged to a camper group with the camper trailers. And so they had a building, and I guess it's where the restrooms, showers, and all that were. But there was a shelf facing each other, two shelves, and they were sturdy. And so we were sitting up there on that talking. And when I jumped off of that, it felt like my feet just shattered. I was like, oh my goodness. And I've never felt that since then. I haven't done that stupid again or
And
something.
it was in the cold. You're saying that it was in the cold weather?
It was freezing cold, yes.
Because that's it's I hate working on vehicles in cold weather, for instance, because it hurts to touch steel after a while. All right, if you bang your knuckles working on a car in extreme cold weather, it's like tenfold what it normally would hurt. Right? You learn things like you never punch somebody in the cold weather because it'll fucking hurt. I mean, this is beyond low. The cold makes injuries way worse. It's that can be pretty horrible.
It's so weird.
Bang your shin on a Reese hitch, at 0 degrees. It hurts more and than it does in the summer.
It's crazy.
And it gets so cold when it is like 40 below zero, Bonnie, it hurts to breathe the air. If
Yeah.
you're walking or laboring at anything, that you feel in your lungs. I don't care how healthy you are, that hurts, you know.
I would think so because your lungs have moisture in them all the time anyway.
Yeah.
That's it's freezing up. Yeah. Bet y'all go through a lot of chapstick.
I don't ever use anything like that. I never have. I've got some army issue extreme cold weather survival chapstick tubes that come out as different survival kits. I got actually a little collection of those. I got hot weather and cold weather, but I've never really needed it. I don't know why. I know other people that have to have it.
Is there anything you have that's not army issue?
Not a whole lot of stuff. Most everything I have gear wise, I made myself or modified or. But everything is pretty much olive drab or camouflage or. I guess my craftsman tools and stuff aren't camouflage. Well, some of them are. Like you said, painting outline where your tools go. A lot of my tools got painted green.
Yeah. So we'll never see Kim Carl in pink.
No, but I keep a set of civilian clothes, I guess you'd call it. I got a set of clothes for, what if I got to go to a wedding or something? I got a suit. I got that kind of stuff if I need it. I don't like suits and I don't like ties.
I like dressing up.
Well, I like it when a girl dresses up. Now that's a totally different thing.
And I like color.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. And I've been like this since I was a kid, you know, all that shit in the juvie and the crap I went through. I couldn't wear bright colors. That gives yourself away when you're running from the cops. So I always wore dark colors and tried to, couldn't stand white tennis shoes. I've never had white tennis shoes, all right? I won't wear those. I had them, but I wouldn't wear them, all right? Stuff like that, I've always been pretty subdued. And, you know, I wore blue jeans and stuff, but I prefer dark colored ones, you know, and I've always been like that. And I've worn this camo since the 70s, Bonnie. So it's nothing new, you know. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon.
But last winter, I think it was sometime last year. I found a Carhartt jacket at the thrift store that we had. Well, it's a consignment store, whatever. And I got it, and it's an unusual color too. It's like a almost a mini green, or I've never seen one that color. But
Well, it's like the pants, all right, what they call battle dress uniform pants. They're the most commonly known army pants. They got the cargo pockets that button on the sides. They got the two front pockets and two back pockets, and they got little ties at the bottom that tie your ankle closed. But
yes,
those I've had a lot of those. I used to repair them and stuff, and if they were too far worn, I'd make shorts out of them, make ditty bags out of the legs, make shorts out of the pants, and sell them like hotcakes at markets and shit. Did that a lot. But I've got black ones, I've got pine tree camo, I've got woodland camo, I've got white ones, I've got, you know, they come in all different colors, and I've got pairs of these pants that have lasted me over 20 years. They're tough. You know, they're made to last, and if you don't wear them daily, they'll last you a long time. They outlast normal pants. You know, and I'm rough on clothes, so that's saying something. You know,
yeah,
it's not really just because they're camouflage or whatever. It's because I know how durable they are.
right. Hmm.
There's a cop came in the shop here last week. Actually, it was a prison guard, and he got his, you know, he's got his full rig on, but he's wearing slate gray ripstop battle dress uniform, old style, like the ones I'm wearing, and you know, it's all buttons. There's no zippers or Velcro or anything on the old style. And I'm like, "Where'd you get those BDUs?" And he looks at me with a grin. He goes, "The prisoners make them up north." I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Yeah, the prisoners, they're making them up in the UP, and we contract them to make it, and we get the uniforms like a couple times a year." And they were, you know, they were sharp. They that's a nice set of. I'm going to try to talk him out of a set of those somehow. Next time he comes in for something sewn,
Right. That sounds cool.
they used to sell them, man. They used to sell them in Shomer Tech, all the police, you know, catalogs for their gear, all the surplus stores. They used to sell this crap, and now it's like hard to find. I mean, you can find ones made in China. They're crap. You know, they're not the ones that last 20 years, but it's hard to find the good ones.
Well, at least they're putting prisoners to good use.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I didn't know that they had them up there making clothing.
Yeah. I thought all they made was license plates.
I've heard that as a kid too, and it's true because they
Yeah.
used to make them here in Michigan. I've seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Only
working
thing I
on the
know,
time game.
I was fixing to say, only thing I know is they use them to pick up the garbage on the sides of the highways. That's all I ever see them doing.
It's so weird this conversation went there because I drove into almost into Flint today to go get plywood, and as we were going down, there's a big medium on I-69, and it
Mhm.
looks pretty manicured. All the foliage is getting overgrown, but somebody's mowed it and it's clean. And for some reason, I was thinking, I wonder if they still do the prisoner cleanup crew because I used to see them out there in bright orange outfits and trash
Yep.
bags,
Yep.
all in a line, going through the mediums and the ditches and the roads. And I haven't seen that in a long time, Bonnie.
I see it here every so often. It seems like there's certain times when they do it. They'll be loading up those bags and leaving them and
Woo!
on picks them up.
See how busy these trains are?
Yes. Yeah, you let everybody hear that one.
Yeah. And
I
Kid's
saw.
not even here. There must be something else going on.
Hmm, excuse me. Goodness. So do they do that all night long there?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they are lately. They didn't used to do it all night, but they have been. See what the boss brought me today? We were talking about antique candies.
Is that the root beer barrels?
That's a fucking like 5 pound bag of Chico sticks.
Pickle sticks.
Chico sticks. You don't remember those? They used to be like a stick. Now they're little nuggets.
I've heard of them, but I don't think I've ever had one. Or if I did, I didn't like it. That's cool.
He keeps going to these old fashioned candy stores and finding that kind of stuff.
Oh, have you heard? Have you seen the Baron Trump? Where is it at?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kiss Off. It sucks being sick.
Guess if you got the flu. Oh,
It really sucks being sick in the summertime. And when it's more, I mean, if I'm going to be sick, I'd
yeah,
rather be sick in the winter, you know?
yes. That's when I was so sick. That was in June, and it was hot. But
I'm
the
generally pretty lucky about that. I've only been sick like a handful of times in my life. You know, I don't get those colds and flus that I got it bad in 2019, in December of 2019, right before all this crap got. I think I caught something of that shit early.
oh, love you, kiss off. Okay, see if you've seen this. I'm gonna play it. We'll see what happens. Might
All right, let me ask Sigma what the heck he's talking about. A long wedding season taking the bypass on I-69.
think dirty, Carl.
Oh, all right. I don't even want to know, do I? All right, never mind. There's this highway, Bonnie, that runs from here on the almost to Canada here next to me that runs all the way to you down there in Texas, and it's called the I-9, and they've been working on it for decades. All right, there's portions of it throughout the country that are completely finished. There's portions of it here that were left. All right, from this town all the way to the coast. It was left finished with no exits and unused for over 20 years here, which we used it. It was a 40-mile stretch that we could get on that highway and go as fast as you want, and nobody could do nothing about it. All right, it was heaven. All right, I've been 160 mile an hour and shit on that thing flying. Anyways, they finally finished it, and now I-69 runs all the way through the state down into Indiana. It's a quick way to get through the states, and when it's finished, you're supposed to be able to get from like Michigan to Texas in no time flat.
Wow. Uh-oh. Kiss off strung.
Well, that's one way to kill a bug.
Yeah.
Honey, actually, with whiskey, honey and whiskey, that keeps you from getting the hangover, they say. I still get a fucking hangover with beer no matter what I do, but
Right. But that's a good, sounds like a good hot toddy to me.
yeah, drink lots of water.
All right. See if you've seen this, because I think it's AI generated. I'm not sure. Maybe,
I'll watch it. I'm suspicious of everything nowadays automatically, so I'm probably just the one to make this call.
well, listen to what he's saying though.
With hope aboard the Mayflower, we anchored on this land,
Yes, definitely AI.
dreaming of freedom and independence. We built this nation, forever great America. God bless all the people. God bless America. For freedom and equality, Lincoln's passion. For courage against invaders, Roosevelt's action. For unity and service, Kennedy's vision. For a beautiful dream, King's mission. For world peace, Reagan's smile. New divisions and conflicts arise. Threats of violence and crime grow. Economic struggles make life hard. Let's cherish each other and unite in love. We've done it before, and we can do it now. Inherit the wisdom and courage of our ancestors. Let's continue with love and cooperation. Open the future together, grow the great dream. Make America greater and brighter. Forever great America. God bless all the people. God bless America. For freedom and equality, Lincoln's passion. For courage against invaders, Roosevelt's action. For unity and service, Kennedy's vision. For a beautiful dream, King's mission. For world peace, Reagan's smile. New divisions and conflicts arise. Threats of violence and crime grow. Economic struggles make life hard. Let's cherish each other and unite in love. We've done it before, and we can do it now. Inherit the wisdom and courage of our ancestors. Let's continue with love and cooperation. Open the future together, grow the great dream. Make America greater and brighter. Forever great America. God bless all the people. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America.
Definitely AI. The message is good, but it was no talent at all, Bonnie. That was pretty horrible. I mean,
I
the
know.
message is good,
And
but not only is the imagery AI, but I got a buddy that he started experimenting. He can feed AI. He says, "Okay, make write me a song about a narcissistic relationship," and boom, within a couple of minutes, this thing spits out entire songs and verses, and it's
yeah,
even the lyrics to that. Somebody fed the idea to AI, and it manufactured that song.
yes. And that is put out by Trump Anthem. I
Yeah,
have
it's
heard
I
that.
didn't like it. I mean, like I said, I like the message and all, but it's yeah, that's
I saw it and I was like, okay, this is weird. And
there's no soul in that, Bonnie.
no, I was like, I have to share this. I don't know if anybody else has seen this, but oh my goodness. And I grew Kiss off. If that was one of my kids, I'd be pissed. And so
Well,
that's what I'm wondering, does Trump know about those and is he okay with it? You know,
or is he putting it out there for everybody to see and use? You know, because I don't know. I don't know, Bonnie. I don't want to get myself, but I'm the old model. I'm outdated. They're going to be cycling in new models, and it really isn't going to matter what my opinion is.
I don't know. But there's a link to that if you want to look it up. I don't know what the Trump anthem is. I've never heard of that channel. They got 29.5 thousand subscribers. I don't
I've been voicing a bit
know.
of complaint about all the fakeness that I see. I mean, everywhere I go, like any social media site, any platform you go and you see this AI generated stuff. You see these
Yes.
filters people use. You see the fake news. You see fake boobs. You see fake people. You see all this fakeness and it's just like overwhelming the amount of malarkey in this world.
Yeah. And that's anything that asks me, do you want AI help? No. Like,
Well, imagine there are people that have always wanted to be artistic or be able to draw or paint or whatever, which for them, now they've got an app they can use and add, effects to their photos and get some type of artistic satisfaction out of that. I understand all that, but
yeah,
it's going to be to the point to where we're going to have no real people entertaining us. We're going to have facsimiles of actors they can pull from a file and use in our, movies and TV shows, and we're not going to be able to trust what we see on any screen. You know,
exactly. Yes.
this is going to lead to a deceptive world. I fear. Well, I don't fear. I'm pretty much sure it's happening, but in my opinion, for whatever that's worth.
Yep. I agree. Whenever the filters first came out, we would play around with those where you had like a deer face or the hearts floating around you or whatever. We played with all that. Then the kids did one, and I looked like, I don't know, something.
Imagine if they used that, like, War of the World scenario, but modern, where they trick the world into believing some event is happening that really isn't. I can see something like that. I think we're vulnerable to that.
Yes. Rescue getaway.
Yeah, I miss rescue too, because missed the morning till it was
Yeah,
nice to get rid of it, put that on in the morning and listen to it while I was getting ready to work or something.
I know. Rescue, hear that? We all miss you. So, all right, Carl, I'm gonna play you the song.
All right, I'm rolling another coat of this
I figured.
wood sealant on this wood while I was listening.
Okay, since you're listening, I'm gonna play it. This is Way Down We Go.
Oh, Father, tell me, do we get what we deserve? Oh, we get what we deserve. And way down we go, oh, 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 way down we go, oh, 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 way down we go, oh, 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 way down we go. Yeah, you let your feet run wild. Time has come as we all go down. Yeah, for the fall of my eyes. Do you dare to look me right in the eyes? Yeah. Oh, 'cause they will run you down till you go. Yes, and they will run you down till you grow. Yes, and they will run you down till you grow. Yeah, so you can go no more. Oh, way down we go, 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 oh, way down we go. Ooh, oh, way down we go. Oh, 'cause they will run you down till you grow. Oh, way down we go. Oh, baby, yeah. All the way down we go. Long way down, long way down. Long way down we go, 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 go. Long way down we go, 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 go. Way down we go, go, go. Way down we go.
That's it. Song's over.
Yeah. Now we're watching you work. Instantly. But I only found it because of last night.
I like that one a lot better than the last one.
George took a few. Yeah. It was a good song. They were doing some really good songs last night and singing them well. I
You
wrote
did
down,
that one?
yeah, one of the guys did that one, and I can't remember his name. Sorry. But I wrote down the titles of a few songs that they did last night that I really liked. One was called The White Room by Cream.
In the white room with black curtains.
I knew you would know that one.
I'll wait. Yeah, that's a good tune. That's rock and roll.
So what is that that you're putting?
This
Okay.
is a sealant that I'm treating the wood with before it gets put on the boat, and then it'll be covered with a rubber decking fabric. It's like a marine carpeting kind of, but it's not a carpet, like more of a mat.
Okay.
But this is just extra longevity. Treat all the wood with the right stuff, and it'll seal it up and keep it from rotting, and letting moisture into it. It takes quite a bit. So I've got several pieces. I got 5 pieces of 3/4 inch marine plywood here. $137 a sheet for that.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was robbed.
Eh.
It's robbery. It really is.
That looks nice, just like that.
Oh, you're not. No, we'll ever see this. This is all going to be under the decking. Well, I guess it got up underneath the boat. But I'm going to recommend the owner rust-proof coats with rubber coating underneath, so that'll make it last even longer.
Yeah.
He's an old guy. It's the last, as long as he needs it.
So do you see any like handmade boats come through there? The old wood.
Yeah, there's one over there in the corner. It's a custom made one. I mean, it's a factory custom. That's one of those real low draft maneuverable fishing boats over there.
Those are so pretty, those wooden ones.
Oh, you're talking about like a Chris Craft, something where it's the antique all wood, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Real ornate stripping and stuff. Yeah, we've done work on them. I mean, but I wouldn't want to build one. That would be, you'd need a whole different kind of shop for that. Okay, those two are done. It's got 3 sides of 3 boards to do.
Is that for tomorrow?
Hopefully we'll get it done this week. What's up, 420? Flame on. I mean, faster you get them done, the quicker you get paid.
Well, yeah, but it's like,
Well, this is actually a surprise. All right. When the boss comes in tomorrow and sees that this is already done, he's going to be grinning from ear to ear because for some reason, stripping it down was easy. All right. Normally, these boats are difficult to tear down. This one came apart and real easy. So now we've got, it'll be ready to go. It's going to happen fast. He'll make some bucks on this.
well, are you going to sleep tonight?
I'll get a nap. I got some canvas to sew tomorrow. There's a bunch of canvas work here too.
Goodness.
This is gravy. All right. I know that I'm sitting here all night long, so why not coat it? Because it takes a while. You got to do one side, let it dry, flip it over, do the other side. That would take the better part of a work day. So since I'm here already, why not? Why shouldn't I be doing that? I can sit down, take a break when I'm done. Just like I'm doing. Makes sense to me.
Right? Goes a lot quicker too when you're talking to people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep, I'm in good company as well. And I was over there before you even knew what I was doing. I was over there doing that and still able to talk to you while I was doing it. So that's pretty cool too.
Oh, yeah.
Can't see chat when I'm that busy, but
Chat's not saying a whole lot.
yeah, I noticed that. I think there's something else going on somewhere else.
This time of night, I don't know.
And Kiss Off is just drunk and dying, so she's not saying a lot.
Oops.
And I'm sure 420 goes through life pretty much stoned like I do.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, Creek slide. Sorry, Creek.
Fire in the hole.
I just know I'm going to be out there. I thought about cooking something and going live cooking something for the kids.
You mean like outdoors or in a kitchen or?
In the kitchen.
I've seen people do that. They'll watch.
Right. I don't have anything set up outside to cook yet. And well, my son-in-law, he just bought this portable grill thing. It's really pretty cool, but
Did you see the Son of Hibachi?
Oh no, I forgot to look that up.
The commercial cracks me up. I went back and watched it again. That 1976 advertisement I posted on my community page. That I don't know why it entertains me so much, but it does. There's been a couple of people thinking I made that name up and was just joking about it. No, that's really what it's called. It's the Son of a
I thought
Hibachi.
you were. Whenever you said that, I was like, that's a real thing.
Yep. And I've been snickering about that since I was a kid. I know, I'm pretty simple-minded, I guess. I got the humor. The good news is that 1 gallon of that fucking shit is all it took. That was the good news of tonight, is that we didn't need another gallon of that gold.
Cool. So another tip for all of y'all. If you pay for your cremation ahead of time, make sure there's an urn.
I was thinking like a really elaborate big bottle rocket. You know, you could just strap my body to it, light the fuse, send me up in the sky, and boom! And then there won't be nothing to bury or burn. It'll be all just.
We had talked about that because when we do the celebration of life, we were talking about everyone gets all bent out of shape about the balloons. So I said, what about and I'm not even sure if I'm saying the name right, the luminaires? Is that what they're called? And you light them and then they disintegrate. And my brother said, do Roman candles. I said, yeah, because him and my mother used to do that, but they would hold them. And he's got a scar.
You talking about Callium light sticks?
Do I?
I don't know what luminaires are. It sounds like a Stephen King novel. What are luminaires? It sounds like a foreign language saying light. Spanish for light or something.
Let me look it up. But
I don't know what those are. I swear it sounds.
My brother has a scar down the inside of his arm from shooting off Roman candles, and it came out the back end of it.
Oh, you mean it's like a flare that you shoot up and it lights up the sky?
No, that's I'm looking it up.
All right.
Okay, that's not the word.
Well, I've heard of the Langoliers, which was a Stephen King movie and book, but I've never heard of Lumineers. It sounds something foreign to me.
What are those called?
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like the French word for light. Isn't that what luminaire is?
Lanterns that.
Oh, Indy says it's a musical group too.
Lumineers. Yeah. So, what are they calling these? Chinese paper something or other.
Oh, Chinese lanterns.
Well,
where they produce enough helium to get enough lift, a paper like lantern that floats away in the sky. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's what it says. Flying lanterns are also known as Chinese lanterns. Wish lanterns or sky lanterns, traditional flying lanterns, go back thousands of years in both Chinese and Thai celebrations, but are becoming more popular worldwide for celebrating weddings, birthdays, anniversaries, or any other special event. That's it. That's what I want.
I feel smarter already.
Well, I don't know where I got the. So there's some that they float on the water too. I don't know why I thought that was what the name of them was. Like, I don't know.
Look up the French word for light. Somebody, just to humor me.
Okay, give me a second. I'm writing this down so I know what I'm ordering. Are flying.
I think they've even used that concept in war for arson, where they'd use firebombs.
Well, I don't want to do no fire bombs. We're usually in a burn ban. Okay, what'd you say? Look up.
The French word for light. I'm totally guessing here, but it's ringing a bell. I thought it was easy for you to look stuff up. I thought you had another rig next to you.
I do. I'm just slow at typing.
It's all right. Slow is better. Slow and steady. Don't even want to go fast no more.
Okay, it's something like that. It's spelled Lumiere. The first E has the little line, the little mark over the top of it. So I don't have no idea how you pronounce that, Lumiere,
Luminaire.
but it doesn't have an N.
Ho 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 ho. You got to say ho 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 when you say it. Oh, Luminaire. Ho 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 ho.
Éclairage, éclairage. Le Pew. That's a
We all know
bond.
that. We were all trained that at a young age.
Yeah, I'm not very good with foreign words, I've been told.
Oh, I'm fluent in cussing in like 5 languages. That's the first thing a foreign person would teach you when you're learning their language is how to swear.
Can't get right.
Hell, I can swear like a son of a gun in German, and I don't even remember half of what I'm saying.
Right. Sort of,
Had a,
kind of too.
had a
And
Norwegian, I had a Norwegian teach me how to swear in their language. I had a German teach me how to swear in their language. I had a Russian teach me how to swear in their language. They all have their own unique word, but there's one universal thing, and that's sign language, the finger. Everybody knows what that means.
right. Thank you, Kiss Off. Goodness, those are pricey little boogers, aren't they?
You can make them. Make them yourself. Like we used to make kites. Did you ever make kites when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Dorinda could make them. She's probably got everything you need to make them.
I remember making the tail. We had to make them. And then add a tail. Why'd we add a tail? I don't
It
know.
helps. It helps keep the kite upright.
Oh,
Made them out of newspaper, did you? We're getting nostalgic now. If you were lucky, you got the comics page when you made your kite.
right. So it'd be colorful.
I was a stinker. I used to put razor blades on my kite so I could cut other people's string.
So a 20 pack is $36. 16 pack is $20.
But for a low cost of $250, you could buy all the craft supplies and make them yourself.
Write your own message on them. Yes. That's what we would do with the balloons. So, yeah. Oh,
Heavy sigh.
because it's a lot. So my brother's going all out on this thing, and he's paying for it. So more power to him. Um,
I'm gonna say the most trending thing I hear. Check on Timu.
I have not bought one single thing.
Me neither, but I've had people say, "Oh, it's really good stuff," and
I've heard that. I mean, I've seen people in chat saying
yeah,
somebody mic on Timu, and they said it was working great. And I
you know
was
what it
shocked.
reminds me of, Bonnie? You know what it
Do it.
reminds me of? You remember about 25, 30 years ago, the television commercials showing the handy dandy battery operated can opener that opens, you can hook it on the can and it will ride the can around by itself and open the can like magically. You remember those on TV?
Yes.
Well, that was the first thing I've ever bought off a TV, all right? I thought it was cool. Okay, I'll get one of those. Looks handy. I get it. A little excited, you know, it's like Christmas when you get something in the mail, and I get it out and put the batteries in it, and I put it on that can and said go, and it went around the can about a quarter of the way and said and yanked it up and bent the can and wouldn't come off. It wouldn't turn off. There's no way you can get the batteries off. There's not an on-off switch. And that thing sat there on that can just grinding away, and I had to break it to get it to quit. And that was the last thing I've ever bought like that. I ain't doing it no more.
And that's what my mother would do. She would buy anything like that that she saw. It, anything. So
Um,
when my arthritis in my hands was so flared up before I started taking the vitamin A, I couldn't peel potatoes. And so I got me one of those electric potato peelers where it spins around. Those are not worth the crap. Don't waste your money on an electric potato peeler. Well, it peels everything, apples, whatever, but it only peels it halfway down. So you have to flip the whatever it is.
oh yeah,
So
sounds really handy.
do the other side. Yes. And it it just isn't worth nothing.
I got it. I don't normally talk about my exes, but my most recent ex, she had a gizmo for flipping everything in the kitchen. I mean, there's like 50 different egg tools in there, right? And I mean, and they never got used. And I could do it all with a knife. All right, I could do everything all those things did with this knife. It was like that's it gets out of hand if you have the same kitchen too long or something and you go for all those little gizmos and doohickeys and stuff. You could get drawers full of that stuff you never use, and then what happens if they just like collect dust? Then you got to wash it all at once, and it's like, oh my god.
Moose Man, but the propelled pocket fisherman.
I remember those, man. I got a telescoping miniature fishing pole here. I'm looking for a better reel. I want one of those micro reels. But I remember the pocket fisherman. That was a piece of crap too. That was brown plastic. It broke really easy. If it got cold, it was toast. I remember those things.
Yeah.
Brown and tan plastic, two-tone, fancy 1970s artwork there, boy.
Yeah. So I had a Pamper Chef party, and I got enough sales and everything where they gave me some free stuff. And
I think I know what you're talking about. Was that the one where you got the meals, the fresh stuff in the mail that you could put together your own meal with fresh vegetables and stuff?
no, the Pampered Chef is kitchen tools
Oh, all right.
and stuff. Um, I know what you're talking about. Stay fresh or something. So my
Yeah, it was like you got so many meals a week, or whatever. Yeah.
yes, and um, so when my mother quit cooking, my stepsister thought that would be a good idea to send those meals to my mom and stepdad. And she opened one.
Hello, fresh.
Yes.
There it
And
is.
she
Some
opened
stuff gets
one.
dusty and you got to pull the cobwebs off of it when you get it out of the attic.
And then she started thinking she was going to fix this meal. Well, there were all the ingredients are not in that box. And so she
Uh-oh.
made what she could out of it. And she said it tasted like crap. And so she had these kept coming every week. And she kept telling her to quit sending them. And so she had a freezer full of these boxes.
Something like that happened to me once. Somebody bought me like the peach club of the month shit or something where I got cases of peaches. I mean, I ate peaches for months, man. As many as I could eat. It was a lot of peaches.
Yeah. Well, that's our uh, the ag shop. I guess it's for FFA. They sell they sell meats and they sell fruits at a certain time of year, and you get this gigantic box of fruits when you order the fruits.
Yeah, it ain't cool to do that to somebody. I don't want no peach club and apple club or something. It's just overkill, man. Unless you got a family or something. A guy like me don't need that shit. It's too much work.
Could have been canning, but that's another thing I'm looking for is a um, crab boil pot to go on my burner for water bathing outside. Canning, not meat.
At this stage of life, I can't have anything glass like that, especially in quantity. No glass bombs, no ball jars, no nothing. I don't try not to own nothing glass because it's gonna break in that truck.
Yeah. Well, somehow I got a stockpile of jars. Oh, I know how. I had ordered some, and then my high school friend gave me 3 boxes full of jars. I have plenty of jars. I just need to get canning.
Don't read the chat, Bonnie. Just ignore them. Yeah, I
I
when I
see.
was doing the flea marketing and yard selling and eBay and all that, me and my mother had a very large collection of ball jars. And
Mm,
my mom was kind of, she was wise to that shit. She collected the red ones. You ever seen a red ball jar? She had
Yeah.
multiple colors, some itty bitty ones, antique ones, 100-year-old ones. I learned
Yeah.
about the history of the ball jar and the old lids and the glass lids and all this stuff. There's some very valuable ones out there, and I watched them go from, here, you want a free truckload of ball jars, to, hey man, I'll buy those off you. Like within a couple of years, all of a sudden, people were really looking for ball jars, and they all sold. Every one of them we had were gone. They pretty
Yeah.
fast. They began to trend, I guess, right around 25 years ago. All of a sudden, everybody was after them ball jars.
Yep. And when I worked at the thrift store, somehow we had cases of these blue glass wine bottles. And man, we sold the crud out of those.
There's one of those things. I told you my mom was like a coupon cutter, rebate, blue light special queen, right? She didn't get assistance from nobody, but she would get paid to take things from stores. That's how well she shopped, and I'm not making that up.
Yeah.
She
I've
she
seen it where they give you money because you have so many coupons and stuff. Our grocery here used to do the double coupons. And so, yep, I've seen that happen. I walk out with money instead of owing.
yeah, what were we? I just got sidetracked. What were we talking about right before that?
Blue glass jar,
Oh
wine
yeah,
bottle.
oh yeah. This little gig she had going when we were doing the flea markets. All right, she
Uh-huh.
bought, and by the cases, this iced tea. I forget the brand, but it came in a blue bottle. All right, this iced tea, and it was a glass blue bottle. I
Yep.
know it'll come to me. It'll come to me, the brand name. But she would buy this stuff by the cases, drink all the iced tea. She loved iced tea. She had all of it she ever wanted because she was selling the bottles for $1 a piece at the flea market, like
Mm,
hotcakes. They would sell because it's blue glass, cobalt blue glass sells. Even the
yes.
modern shit, people wanted that blue bottle, and they'd pay $1. And she'd end up, I think it was something like she paid like 57 cents a piece for those, and then sold the bottle for $1. So she was actually being paid to drink her iced tea.
Right. Smart woman.
She wheeled and dealed. She taught me all kinds of stuff. Like if you're in a store and you buy $300 worth of shit, you go home the next day, you see that same shit on sale, 50% off or something. You're like, oh, I should have waited. No, you got 48 hours. You can go up there and say, hey, I just bought this. And you know what? They'll either give you $300 more in merchandise, or they'll give you a rebate. Shit like that people don't really realize that happens. It works. You go with Myers and they're selling a flour for $3, and then you go to Kroger or something and say, oh well, they were selling it for $3, you're selling it for 360. They'll go, oh, we'll match the price. They'll make it the same price if their competitor has it they'll at least match the price if you confront them with it.
Yeah. Okay. Who's Marty? I know who Gumby and Pookie is, but what?
Oh, I don't know. Marty Croft, maybe? I don't know. I think he was the one that came up with a lot of that stuff. He was one of the producers or creators of that. Marty Croft. That sounds familiar. I don't know what they're talking about, Bonnie. I don't know what they're talking about half the time. They just, I keep seeing Indy and Laura and Sigma go back and forth. Let it happen. Just let it happen.
I know. I have no clue what that's about.
Well, I got news for them both. You can't stop it from happening, man. You can't. There's nothing you can do about it. Let it happen. I don't know. I see it a lot between those two. Let
Hmm.
it happen.
No, it is. No, we probably don't.
Yeah, I've learned, I made that mistake earlier. Some things you don't really want to ask what it is or what it means. And stay off
No,
of that site called, if anything in your searches leads you to a thing called Urban Dictionary, bail right there, Bonnie. Stay off that site because you don't want to know half that stuff. Trust me.
right. So the last live I did, there was some things mentioned that I Googled. I wish I hadn't. It was
Yeah,
disgusting. I was like, there is no way people have
I know, right?
reverted
You
to.
find you find yourself with a bunch of dirty golf balls and you look up ball cleaner and then you're changed for your life. It's like a
Mhm.
bunch of stuff you didn't want to know. I know what you mean. It's the internet really isn't for the weak minded, is it?
No, because I'm thinking, is this from the dark web? This is like, this is more than I want to know. This is like, no.
Yeah, don't go on the dark web and it'd be hard for you to get there by accident. Don't click on no links you don't know, whatever, but
No, I don't.
there you don't want to be there. That's
No,
where all the real evil happens, uncontrolled.
no, it was just some comments in chat. And I was like, well, what is that? And Google it. No, didn't want
Actually,
to
that's a
know.
not to mention I haven't heard any reference to the dark web in like a few years. Nobody's talked about it or anything. That since BitChute was at its prime.
Probably because it's all right here. There is no dark web. It's,
Oh yes, there is. They got shit like they called what I think it's called murder porn. You ever heard of that?
oh God, no.
That's where they actually do things and kill the people involved. You know,
Mm-mm.
that's that kind of shit. You'll see actual slavery and that stuff. That's what I mean by uncontrolled, completely unfiltered stuff.
Oh my goodness. And they do that live? Like,
Well, no, the information or whatever is there, and there may be like videos and stuff, like that fragile drip shit was on the dark web and all that crap like that. But you don't want to watch that stuff, all right? It's like even the stuff that was
no,
on Hunter's laptop. If you were to watch the stuff on Hunter's laptop, you might be watching child porn. Now that's illegal. So now you're a criminal for looking into that shit. I
oh my
won't even.
God.
I don't want to see it. Right?
Mm,
Seen enough. I don't want to. I don't want to
no,
incriminate myself. Give them ammo to use against yourself. That's the.
it's not even that. I just, no.
Well, yeah, it's sickening on top of it. But I mean, if you were to like be a researcher or something to try to even prove that that shit exists or something, now you're incriminating yourself just researching it is what I mean.
Yeah,
Which I hear if they really wanted to set you up, they can install that stuff on your devices and set you up with that stuff. Put child porn on your devices or something.
Oh yeah, just like they put drugs in your house or whatever.
Yeah, like the intelligence agencies didn't feed the populace LSD in the 50s as an experiment in their own agents, you know, like that stuff hasn't really happened, even those documents.
The military, what they've done to the military.
It's a horrible thought that they can make a soldier sign away medical control of their body. So now they're forced to take a jab or forced to take some experimental, any all Agent Orange,
Yes,
all that shit. You know, it's like it's just horrible to think that they could do that. It's wrong on many levels.
it is.
They should be treating our soldiers like they should be the healthiest among us. The ones that protect us should be the
The
alphas, you
strongest,
know.
yes, yes, pissed off he did. Calling BS. Well,
You can call it anything you want. About I noticed though that if I wasn't like modded or something in a chat and I say things like BS or any of them, just even abbreviations, that they block my comments. So I started using malarkey. They never block the word malarkey. So I always like to say that's a bunch of malarkey. And it's a fun word to say.
right, like thingamajig.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never had a comment blocked for that. I've said BS. Like I've said crap.
I guess you could yell feces or what else you could, I mean, excrement, damn it. I don't know. When I gotta have to spell the word in chat, I spell it sheet, like a bed sheet. That's how I spell it. Code, you know.
Yep. Yeah.
And I've sat around shooting the shit. All right. I mean, when it's sitting out there in the field in piles, it makes a pretty decent target. And I've kicked around a lot of shit. I'm sure you have too, you know. Bullshit is a little different than horse shit. You know, a horse pucky is what we always used to call it because like little pucks. Horse pucky is another common one I grew up with.
Yeah. The cow ones turn into
Cow pie.
flying saucers.
That's a cow pie. And you don't
But
want
the
to stuff
horse,
on a cow pie when it's fresh.
no, but the horses, I don't think does that. I haven't seen.
Well, they can if they get the right thing in their diet. But yeah, cows seem to do that a lot, you know. Wherever the hell they are, they don't care. And you ever notice that horses, they really like to poop in the middle of the road? If you ever ride a horse on the road, man, they
Yeah.
are gonna shoot.
When we have our parades, the kids in school are the pooper scoopers.
You know, Moose, the El Toro, that's a pretty good one. But I've been using Guano Loco. That's like I just like to say that. I like to type it too. Guano Loco. Batshit crazy.
Meadow muffins.
Meadow muffins. That's a new one for me. I like it. We are here in Michigan where there's so many Canadian geese. We just call it goose grease, and it'll really grease up your toes.
Hey, David. Yep, poop talk.
Calm down, David. We're just shooting the shit. We're talking crap, man.
Up Patty with the wagon track.
I tell you what, though, Bonnie, one thing I'm really glad Michigan doesn't have is monkeys, because they fling shit. All right, those are nasty things. They'll
Yeah,
throw their shit right at you, and I'd have to
that
be shooting monkeys. If we had monkeys in Michigan, I had to be shooting monkeys, and I just don't want to shoot them.
llamas will spit at you.
Yeah, so will camels. They'll hawk a big old clump of gob at you. They do
Black.
it they're good aim, and they do it on purpose. They get pissed off. You piss a camel off, man, you're gonna pay for it.
Yep.
There's another one, cow chips. I remember that. That's you burn cow chips. I guess you
Yep.
call them chips after they dry out because they do make a good fuel.
Yep. Ski.
Yeah, I guess so. If you want to throw them, I'll shoot them. But
Cow patty toss. There's something they played down there at the fairgrounds. Everybody's gearing up for the wild game dinner and the pig roast.
well, when you're out in nature, you got to work with what you got. So buffalo chip.
And, can you imagine?
I think they call that a meal in some places. Isn't there some recipe called buffalo chips?
That'd be the large size. Moose neck.
Oh man, I've never seen moose crap in person. I imagine that's got to be impressive.
Rabbit raisins. It's just the name over him. Getting sleepy yet?
Yeah, I was thinking about flipping to these last three boards and doing the last three sides. Any progress is good, you know. I got a
Yeah.
lot of projects, so I've got a lot of projects going at once, just the way I like it. That drives some people nuts, but I'm kind of used to it because sometimes you got to wait for materials or something anyway. So that project sits over there for a minute and you jump on something else. And
Yep. As long as you're staying busy and keeping moving, quit moving, and that's when things quit working.
I was just saying that a couple days ago that I know like several old farmers. Those were the guys that come to mind. They were up every morning, worked the farm every day till it got dark. They went in, ate a big dinner, went to bed and started it all over every freaking day. They were like that. But when they got old, 80s, 90s, and then you didn't see them working out in the fields no more. They stayed in the house and just quit doing it. That's when they expired fast after that. Seen that happen enough times to think that, boy, when you get that old, if you stop moving, that's when you permanently stop moving.
Hey, Wild Adventure. Good to see you. Moose Man, what link are you wanting posted? I sent a moose necklace to Janet. Oh my goodness. Necklace? So I have this quote from Thomas Edison. Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. I thought that was pretty good. So
Unless
say,
it's a toxic relationship, and I ain't got time for that shit anymore.
well, yeah, there's that.
Nothing simple is black and white anymore about it. It's always complicated. No simple answers.
I think we've made it complicated.
You damn straight we did. Yeah. Yep, we sure did. We had everything we needed. Nature provided everything we need to thrive as a species on this planet. So what do? We fucked it all up and built concrete boxes all over the place and
Yes.
tried to control it and everything in it. And yeah, we fucked
And
stuff up. That's what we do.
when that girl was talking about the firmament, and I was thinking, okay, if that's the way it is, it's kind of like a greenhouse effect, maybe. I don't know. It even explained how the seasons changed. But so I was like, if that's true, then that would mean every single illness has been caused by man. And so what you're talking about right there is possibly how it was done. When you start messing with nature or changing the terrain in those ways, maybe that's how it does it.
Well, I've said it before, and it's not, popular with some people, but I see the idea of the firmament a little differently. I see it as possibly the universe, all right? Because I believe in space travel. I've used real high power telescopes and I've seen the rings of Saturn. I've seen the spheres. I've seen the moon move and the different mountain ridges on the silhouettes change. I've seen that things are round. I've seen the earth is round too, and I've got lots of evidence for that. But I mean, I'm not going to knock anybody for believing what they want to believe. Fine. I'm not, it's just really weird when they get mad at you because you don't believe it's flat. That's the only
No,
I've noticed that. But the firmament, to me, The first time I read that in the Bible, the firmament made me think of ground for some reason. You know, and now I understand that it means it's like a, you know, like a globe. We're in a big snow globe, all right, is what they're meaning. But I don't think that's limited to our direct area. I don't believe the sun and the moon is under the same atmosphere as we are. You know, I have a very hard time believing a lot of that stuff, Bonnie. Even though I try to look at it with an open mind or whatever, I've just seen too much other information that contradicts that theory.
Right.
My own personal opinion. That's all it is, guys.
And I can understand that, but I just, I like seeing other, it's like, what if it was possible? And so I just start digging into it deeper.
The idea of infinity intrigued me at a pretty young age, Bonnie. I mean, it's easy to understand the meaning of the word, but to try to conceive the concept of an infinite universe, meaning, okay, let's say God, you know, we know God created everything. All right. So now he's created this thing, including us. Now we exist in a space. Is God outside of that space? They say God is in everything and everything. But what I mean is that it would be like creating an ecosystem. That ecosystem has to sit into an area, you know, on a planet or, you know, in a solar system. The idea of that going on forever. All right. Okay. So now, kind of like God's got us in a little terrarium. He built our system. Now he's on the outside taking care of us and stuff. But now God would be in a room, or would he be, you know, in heaven? Then heaven has to be somewhere, you know. So to try to comprehend an infinite in what they do in like comic book stories and stuff, an infinite reality, meaning that all things are possible. Like they'll turn Batman into a frog in one universe, and you know, a mean Batman in the next one, and he's dead in the next one. They'll have thousands of different universes and thousands of different possibilities. It's just like exponential possibilities.
Well,
That's stuff.
that's so her, from what she was getting from the Bible was that it's like a dome. And so if God created other planets, why wouldn't it have been mentioned in the Bible?
Well,
And
it does mention that in the Bible. It mentions that there were attempts before us. It does mention that.
okay.
You know, I'm not really good at, you know, reciting scripture, but I bet you somebody in chat knows exactly what I'm talking about.
But it would make sense that nothing can get through the firmament.
I mean, again, if you put goldfish in a fish tank, it's hard for them to get out. All right. I mean, if we are literally like a terrarium that God created, all right, yeah, we're not getting out of here unless he lets us out. You know what I mean? If
Yes.
you want, I guess if you see it that way. But the idea of rockets crashing on the ozone layer area because they can't get through the firmament, I don't agree with that. All right, I've been into the space mission since since the '60s. You know, I watched all that stuff. I do realize that NASA is it's a money laundering system as well. They haven't done much. They haven't certainly used it. We should be on Mars by now. You know, and there's something wrong there, but I do believe that stuff is possible. Again, now it doesn't mean nothing that I believe all this because, like, I didn't even finish seventh grade. Y'all know that. I'm not educated, none of that. I'm just old and set in my ways and stubborn like a mule, you know.
Well, the center said, heard RFK Jr. plans to ban chemtrail.
Good, good. I mean, I'm kind of tickled that they've joined forces. I mean, to me, that shows that he understands the seriousness of this for him to be able to tuck away his pride or ego or whatever he had and join forces.
And that's true. Buzz Aldrin said, never happened.
I know that, but if you've also watched all of Buzz Aldrin's public appearances and footage of him, he's kind of a wingbat himself.
We can't manage peace on this planet. True.
Again, I don't claim to know anything for sure, but I just have my strong suspicions. You know, what else can you have? We only know what they tell us. That's the thing, you know. Unless you experience it firsthand yourself in life, we only know what they tell us.
I'm going to mute just 1 second. My daughter's asking me something.
Family first. What's up, chat? What you got? Throw something at me so I can throw it back. Not even close to filling your tank. Wow. Moose knuckles. Don't look that up on Urban Dictionary.
Okay. Wait, what did Kiss All say? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand. I didn't even have to say anything.
I think there's a lot they won't confess. I think there's a lot they have hidden. I think there's how
Yeah, in
come?
other words, we don't trust nothing no more. Yeah,
Yes.
50 shows, Indy. 50 shows. You're getting old now, huh?
Oh my gosh, I've got like 400 videos or something. It's crazy. Um,
Overachiever.
whatever. It's
You
all right.
know,
None of us are ready to go to bed. Who's going live next?
I was just teasing you, buddy. Don't ditch on me because I called you an overachiever. You should know better than to take anything I say serious by now.
Oh, okay, Indy. Got it. I figured it was more than had to be. Um,
That's pretty good if you were able to keep them all without getting strikes and all that.
I am so surprised. I've got a warning. I've got a warning hanging over me.
You mean you still have a warning?
Yeah.
My first 3 lives I ever did, like over 3 years ago, whatever it was. They gave me strikes and took the videos down, and I never been able to see them again. One of them was like 13 hours long. The other one was like 9 hours. The other one was like 6 hours. So there was a lot of stuff there. I don't even know why they struck me. One, they said it was medical information. I don't even know what was said. And And then I've got a couple of them they took down since then, but I don't even know why. They don't give you a reason, or they just say, like I said, medical misinformation was one of them. The other one, I forget what the other one was, but it was like, okay, what was it? Did I say it? Did somebody on the panel say it? Did somebody in the chat say it? What the fuck did we say?
One of my videos, they put a tag at the top of the comments after the video, and it's something about COVID vaccines. So something was said, oh, I read an article, a news article. That's what it was. And then they put that at the top of the thing, and I was like, well, it's in the news. Aren't we supposed to believe the news? But and then the warning was for, oh, it was for that little educational video that I showed about, what was that about? I showed two videos about it, and that was the first one. And it was cartoon like you would be using in a classroom to show the class. Seems like it was about diversity, or I don't know. I can't remember what it was about, but YouTube is.
Wild adventure. I don't think I've ever talked to you, but it's nice to meet you. And I don't think that's too weird because I believe in God and I believe in angels. That means I believe in bad angels and good angels, and I believe in demons. And I believe that that's probably what aliens are. So I don't think that's such a strange thing to say.
Yeah, and that's a good one.
Hmm. I
That's
think they need the grid. I think they need the grid to influence us as the masses, not us in particular, but the masses. They need that internet and everything to control the people to do what they. Once that's no longer necessary, that's when the grid will go down. Or if they're going to hide something from us, they say 10 days of darkness, and all the Q boards and all that stuff say, well, they're going to do 10 days of like a giant infomercial on all the corruption and crimes and full disclosure exposing all of it. Well, if that actually went down, how do I know it's really the right people in control? I'm going to need some verification before I mean, the whole thing would be a nerve wracking mess. Wouldn't you agree?
I would think that they would keep the internet going just to see what we're talking about, because I have noticed anytime we give something another name, or um, say certain phrases often, where we go one, we go all, anything like that, then I start seeing it on mainstream media where they're saying the same thing.
Yeah. See, very suspicious of all of it. At this point, that's the only thing I trust in. It's the first thing I thought about when I heard Trump got shot at today. I immediately heard he was okay, and I thought, man, God's got his back. They've not only are they trying to kill him, but they've tried to ruin that man for 8 years straight, and he's still there, and he's still not giving up.
Yep, not in his nature.
Well, that's what I mean. Wild adventure. If if demons are real, which I believe they are, angels good and bad, why wouldn't that ability would seem possible to me?
Oh, I just read an article today that it's right here. Um, researchers study life after death, and it gets weirder. They have found so life and death are traditionally viewed as opposites. However, the emergence of new multicellular life forms from the cells of a dead organism introduces a third state that lies beyond the traditional boundaries of life and death. And it's like,
Zombies. That's you're talking about zombies. There's actually insects that are taken over by parasites or worms, and they control the body after their death. Is that what you're talking about? Something like a zombie state?
well, I would hope not. It's, um, let's see, dead organism introduces a third state where researchers who investigate what happens within organisms after they die. In our recently published review, we, we describe how certain cells, when provided with nutrients, oxygen, bioelectricity, or biochemical cues, have the capacity to transform into multicellular organisms with new functions after death.
Sounds parasitic to me.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but the only reason I would question the authenticity of that is because zombies are really trending in ways that most people don't even realize, like Star Wars, right? There's
Mm,
been stories about the stormtroopers are on a planet, they get infected with this bug and they're all dead, but they can still fight. And it's like there's zombies in all kinds of modern culture. And I don't know. There's even a zombie apocalypse government page somewhere out there. There's some people wanted zombies.
well, I didn't want no daggum zombies. But when they were talking about it, and I think it was Garrett, and he was saying the only thing that works with these zombies is flamethrowers. And so I'm all, I got to get a flamethrower. So I'm all,
Well,
like,
now in history of our culture, there's like you got to cut the head off them to remove the brain from the control of the body. There's also they say that they can't swim, but they could probably walk on the bottom as long as nothing eats them. So islands might be safer. There's all kinds of that shit. You know, it's all still fiction, though. You know, like
yeah,
brains. Remember brains. I
yeah,
want to eat your brains because it hurts to be dead. So if you eat brains, they feel good for a minute, like a drug. That was the Dawn of the Dead and all that storyline. Remember?
yeah. Well, they still use that because my girls were watching some kind of a series. I can't remember what the name of it was.
Well,
Something about zombies. And she was a detective. And so the guy in the morgue would give her the brains that she needed so she wouldn't have to harm anybody.
the Captain America, Wolverine, Spider-Man universe. They call the Marvel universe, right? There's
Hmm.
even a zombie Marvel universe where all of the superheroes are dead and zombies.
Oh my goodness. I haven't seen that.
It's one of the more obscure stories, and probably not many people like it. You know, your favorite superheroes are dead. Right off the bat, you're probably losing customers.
Right?
And my nerd's coming out again. I'm sorry.
Um, Wild Adventure. I am not sure about that. I I heard the same thing said about Obama. So
I can
it's not
answer that one.
true.
I can answer that question in a pretty basic way. It's because they either kill, destroy, or demonize anything good, and they reward and promote anything bad. That's how they roll.
You think Obama was good?
No, I thought they were talking about Trump. She said, "Why are you putting fear monger playing at Trump and calling Trump the Antichrist and stuff?" That's why people do have Trump derangement disorder, right? But
Thanks.
there's also those that have agenda to push this hate against him. You know, he's anti-establishment. All of them hate him for that. He doesn't hold back. He tells the world what these people do, and they can't have it. That's why they're gonna try to kill him. We're talking about that, and they try to kill him again. They're still gonna try to kill him if they get a chance. They can't let him in there.
Because
What's up,
nothing in this
Virginia?
world, these Christians that claim it, I
There's all kinds. Yes, both sides have accused him of being the Antichrist. Yep.
in Virginia,
Come up and visit, Virginia.
Indy won't give me your phone number.
Come out, Virginia. Don't make me wait. Catholic girls start much too late. Sooner or later it comes down to fate. I might as well be the one. Only the good die young. You know that song, Bonnie?
Yes.
She's got a nice white dress and a body on a confirmation.
All the cultures we have in this world, such as eating pigs, cows, etc., they feast on dogs and cats. Not all cultures understand each other. That's true. Even non-political person. Yep, I agree with that, Indy. What
I've heard
now?
a couple different people unassociated with each other make a statement I kind of agree with the more I think about it. At this point, if they're against Trump, that's probably not going to change. You know, there's most people that are against him are going to stay against him, no matter what they say, whatever we say, doesn't matter. I think that's pretty much it's a little close to the end now to matter.
Yes, that's what I said, Virginia, that people said that about Obama a lot too. And Indy, Virginia said that to get her phone number from you, when I asked for her email, I messaged you. Haven't got it yet. Not in trouble. Just saying. All right. We're still going.
If you want to end it, it's your show. You can end it.
Well, it's interesting.
I heard you come on, and I was, like I said, I was doing stuff and trying to listen, and you sounded a little bit lonely when you first got on.
Well, there was a bunch of stuff that I wanted to get out, telling people about the marks on the vehicles. That's a big one.
You got
And
to tell this crowd about it because half of them weren't here.
yeah, and so seeing that on my daughter's car, I was pretty, bleh. And
What did the symbol look like?
an L.
And it was carved into the lens.
I don't think it's carved into the lens, but it's something that my son couldn't get to come off. I don't know what it could have been. What
Well,
kind of,
some things like fingernail polish will adhere to that plastic so well that it like
yes,
melts.
yeah.
You pretty much have to scrape that layer off.
Thank you, Indy. Well, I was thinking a whole new tail light. Excuse me.
That too. But if you scrape it off with a razor blade, the plastic will remain transparent and red. So you know it won't be shiny and new looking, but it would still work.
Yeah. But it's just scary. We know whenever they mark a vehicle that it's because some kind of a hit, abduction, something.
Could be any of that. It could be, the car. It could be trafficking. Could be any of that stuff. But I
Yeah.
imagine they have a certain code. You might even be able to look that up online, what that means, exactly.
Well, yeah. And because I saw where one of the groups was doing something. It takes too long to get it up. Oh, it's right there. This one. Trinda Aragua.
I don't know what you're trying to say. What?
Trinda Aragua. Venezuela gang spreading around the U.S. And it started in a prison in the Venezuelan state of Aragua. Why can't I say Aragua tonight? Dang it. Hey,
I don't
Virginia,
think I've ever said it in my entire life, so I don't understand.
nearly a decade ago, now the gang known as expanded into what the Justice Department calls a transnational criminal organization with branches in most of the Western Hemisphere. So they're running around here now.
And where is that again, Bonnie? Where is that again?
What do you mean, where is it? Where?
Aragua?
Yes.
Uruguay?
Oh, is it Uruguay?
Uruguay, Uruguay?
No. Aragua.
Araga.
Oh, not Gua.
I'm just guessing. But I was clicking to come in. Are you saying this was a symbol left on your daughter's car, or am I coming in on two stories? And
Yes.
No, that's what you heard.
whoa. And it was like a number 7?
It was like an L.
An L. Okay. Huh. Oh, that's disconcerting.
Good night, David. I know. And
Was it carved in or painted?
I'm thinking something painted on it.
Mm-hmm.
Really hard to remove.
Okay. Huh.
Love your cat. No. And well, oh man, too close to home for me.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. My only thought is it's a mark. It's
Yes.
a signal, maybe. I don't
Yep.
know. Does she have a pissed off ex-boyfriend, or like does she work somewhere where maybe a customer is mad?
No. And
Okay.
no, she hasn't worked in about a month. She starts another job next week, but um, she took time off to move 2 houses.
Hmm.
So, and that's the only thing I can think of is at a store, maybe, or
Mm-hmm.
but because of the 2 children, she orders ahead and just does the curbside pickup for her groceries.
Uh-huh.
So I can't imagine where it happened. Um,
Wow. Shit.
yeah,
I mean,
It wasn't maybe the left tail light, was it? And like maybe it was somebody and marked it with an L, and the other one has an R on it.
ooh,
what would the R be for?
left
I don't
and
know.
right.
Oh, no,
If you buy a tail light like at a store or something, you buy it at a junkyard or whatever, and it's on a shelf, it'll be marked left and right usually.
yeah, but no, this was something really noticeable when we opened up the back of the car, and it
Yeah,
was,
I'm just looking for options.
Yeah.
I understand, and it has not been noticed before. And then my granddaughter was telling me that they'll put a um, water bottle under your back tire also. And I said, well, what's that going to do? And she said, when you run over it, you're going to want to know what that was and get out of the vehicle. And then that's when they grab you. And I was like,
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the water bottle as much as I would a gun. Make sure you got one of those. You ever see a
well,
trunk monkey? Maybe you should get her a trunk monkey.
what's a trunk monkey?
Look up trunk monkey.
This is going to be one of those weird things that I looked up last time and
From
didn't
me?
want.
Really? You expect something like that from me?
Yeah,
Okay.
be careful with how you spell this. Make sure everything's correct.
Yeah. T with a P. Monkey.
Oh man. Kiss off, I think you're right. Like something like that tends to be marking where perhaps for that. And that is really scary. Or other things too, like
I know, because she's got the 2 children with her.
yep.
But yes, um, we all believe in being ready for anything. So she
Mm-hmm.
has that. But
Right.
Yeah, because they hate it when you shoot them.
Yeah.
I'm all trying to be discreet. You
All right. I,
just-
Wow, Bonnie, that's
Well, and that's what I wanted to warn everybody because, I mean, I'm seeing this firsthand, and um,
Texas just can't be the way I remember it, man. Everybody had guns. All right, they were walking around like flipping cowboys and stuff, 6 shooters, and everybody had guns in Texas when I was a kid down there. What the hell happened to Texas?
they still.
yeah, they still do. I think it depends on some areas of some places that don't, because you had a lot of Californians and such moving there. I don't know, maybe they do or don't, but yeah, I would say they're still wild. The Wild West is still wild.
There was a gun in my grandpa's house there in Amarillo. Loaded gun, like in arm's reach anywhere you were in that little house. There was a gun right there. I mean, he lived like that all his life.
Bonnie,
My
in that
mom, my mom
in
had more pistols than anybody I ever known.
your
Well,
mom, well, she was a cop, right?
yeah,
Yep, he was born and raised in Amarillo.
Huh.
and that's the thing is people don't display it as much as they used to because of the thefts, and because a lot of people, if they know, will break into your home just for those.
Mm-hmm.
In 1970, we went to Texas for 2 weeks. When we came home, they had stole over 70 of my father's rifles and shotguns out of our closet. All the pistols, they stole all my dad's guns. I got ripped off at a very young age.
Oh my goodness.
Those would have been mine.
Yep.
Are you seeing a ton of newcomers in the vicinity that she's in? Like a lot of newcomers, you know what I'm saying?
See, and that's it. No,
Huh.
um, not around here.
Right.
And where she's at. But so I don't know if she's gone anywhere. Like, I don't think she went into San Antonio. But
Dang.
if she did, she didn't have the kids with her.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that, and that's what I was saying. If you're going somewhere, try to go in groups so that
So,
you're not
do you know
bombarded.
San Antonio pretty good, Bonnie?
Oh yeah.
Were you around there in like 1978, 77?
What do you mean around there?
Because one of my favorite vinyls on earth was recorded in San Antonio, Texas in those years. The Ted Nugent Double Live Gonzo album. You didn't ever see him in any concerts around San Antonio around them times, did you?
No, I didn't go to concerts. Well, I went to Jethro Tull, but
Yeah.
that's because I was drugged there when I was big fat pregnant.
You had to be drugged to a Jethro Tull concert.
Well, I was big fat pregnant, and our seat was up in the nosebleed section, and
Uh,
That's cool.
and you're talking about a dude dragging you there because he could have carried you.
my husband.
Why didn't he
Still,
carry you? What the hell? I saw Jethro Tull in the 70s, about 70, 75, and I got to meet him backstage. I had backstage passes to it. The Bungle in the Jungle tour.
Yeah. Hey, William.
hey, William.
So,
Um, Well, I moved out of San Antonio when I was 13, but always went back. That's where my whole family is, that on my father's side. So, yeah.
Huh. Have you seen over the years a huge change, like overall? I mean, I know where you are might be more rural, but just in the whole state when you're traveling around or whatever, what's the biggest change that you've seen? I mean, at any point in your life, honestly. Like,
The biggest change that I have seen, Austin has always been weird.
mhm,
So, nothing surprises me there. But San Antonio and Houston are really bad. Like, I mean, I grew up in San Antonio. I was sneaking in my mother's car when I was 14, driving all over San Antonio. Hey, Yankee. And I mean, no fear. I would walk anywhere. Um, and if it was too far to walk, I'd hitchhike.
mhm.
Um, Now I don't know that I'd walk down any street. It's overrun with newcomers. It's the the overall the people have changed. It's it's just so different. It was so neighbors got to know neighbors back then, and I mean we knew everybody within a floor block radius for one way and for backwards and forwards, and because every evening the neighborhood would get together and we would go bike riding and stop and talk to people, and it was
I
um
think if any city areas, any heavily urban areas have all changed like that to the worse. At
yes.
least that's what I see. What's up, Yankee?
And so the deal for real, you mentioned road rage. I'm seeing that everywhere,
Yep.
not just in San Antonio. It is like everywhere. Even around here, once you get out on the highway, it is very obvious. And um, a couple of my girls are very,
Outspoken.
yes, with hand signals or words, either one. And I worry about them because I'm like, you're going to get yourself shot. Stop it.
Kind of like, oh no, you didn't. One of those.
Yeah,
Well, bless their little hearts for not taking no shit.
yeah. It's everyone is in such a hurry to get wherever the heck they're going. I have seen them get so mad and honking, and then they pull into the Dollar General, and I'm like, what's the emergency at the Dollar General, really? It
So with those changes, do you think it's generational or do you think it's from new people coming in, whether from different parts of this country or other countries? Do you think it's because certain industries aren't landing in any given area?
I think the road rage is generational. I mean, I've been seeing that for years. I
I mean,
think
changes in
How can
general.
it be a shopping emergency if they don't even have the blue light special?
Well, Kmart rocks. Yeah. But I mean, Bonnie, like in your whole life, you know, like you were saying, you used to just walk around town or just go anywhere and hang out. And like, what do you think caused that shift? Is it just the younger generation is reckless and dumb? Is it people coming from all over the world? Is it industries that are there? Like, what has made it more, I guess, dangerous?
I think people coming in from all over.
Okay.
I think that they're a lot bolder than they used to be, or or these new people are a lot bolder. They're more. They don't seem to have the values, morals that we do. They're like they don't care, and
Mm-hmm.
um, no concern about authority in any way.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of drugs. Drugs has been a problem for at least the past 20 years, and um, meth seems to be the biggest one that's been the problem that I'm seeing. I never even heard of fentanyl until all this started happening with the border.
Yeah, same. I never heard of that drug until, yeah, same deal.
Recently, yeah.
Yeah,
And then Moose Man comes in with the. I wish I had a drum roll. Sound
Oh, the red light special and the stuff coming across the Fenty and all of that, like it's a circle jerk. It because they turn on the red lights in order to pay for that, and it just goes round and round and round.
yeah.
Roxanne,
Yep.
you don't have to put on the red light. You don't have to sell your body to the night.
Yep. I mean, that profession has always been there, but what they're gaining on the streets now, and I mean, back thousands of years, women have done this to support themselves one way or another. They get food, you know, some poor ones on the streets will legitimately support their families, you know, and like buy groceries. I mean, I'm laughing, it's not funny at all, but with the drugs out there, which kind of numbs them to having to do it in the first place, it turns into a really wicked game. And
Right. And that's been always too,
yeah,
for a long time anyway.
Lauren, I think the window between that date and certification is the most dangerous window in our near future.
Virginia, did we just? I mean,
I know
did
we
we
did.
not?
Hmm. I know it. I know it. I think that really kinetic, um, large scale something to answer Lauren's question would be in that 3-month period. And then, I mean, it's still going to be volatile, but yeah, holiday season is what I think. But yeah, Carl, we did just talk about this, and I, I, I was not at home today for a little bit. I had a family birthday party, and so I was trying to catch up the last few hours, and not clear exactly what happened today. Like, it doesn't sound like the dude got any shots off, but the barrel was seen and they shot at him but missed and then pulled him over later in a black Xterra. That's what I've got. So
Yeah.
that's all I know. So he didn't actually shoot.
Well, the story I got is he shot through a fence.
Yeah.
Got a glimpse of him. That the Secret Service reacted and like huddled over Trump. At first I heard that they fired back at him, but then not too long after I saw they had him arrested already and with his arms up and his shirt up to his chest, skinny looking old guy. And they were already saying he was a Trump supporter and then he was this. And, it's like, it's always, every time we get a story like this, it evolves over weeks of time. We don't get to see all the video footage all at once. They'll show us a little clip of something like, and then show us the rest of it later. It's like they're controlling what we see, if anything else.
What's
For
in the oil fields, Lauren?
I hope he's not saying what I think he's saying.
I know.
You saying?
Remember Iraq when they burned them all?
Mm-mm.
Oh, crap.
Firefighters from all over the world had to go to Iraq to put out oil rig fires with explosives.
Mm-hmm.
Blackened the skies. You could see it from satellite. Environmental terrorism.
I think anything is possible. I can't rule anything out, and I can't say, here's what's going to happen. I honestly, my bingo card didn't have most of what happened since January on it. Like, just wild shit has been going on. It wasn't even on my bingo card. So I don't put anything at this point past the powers that be, whatever they're doing,
Right. I don't either.
Just holding on.
That's where I'm at. I've been here. That's where I'm staying for now. Like I said, I'm preparing for the worst, hoping for the best. That's
Right.
all I can do.
Yep.
Whatever, Kiss Off. I hope nothing happens too. But I'll tell you what, I hope you guys got water and food and anything you might need for a while, just in case you do need it.
Some of us got some bad weed, she says.
And I got the best weed in town here. It's called Glitter Bomb. All right, it's called Glitter Bomb. It's 32%. And then I buy this keef, and I sprinkle 40% keef over my doobie. This doobie would put most people down in the dirt in 2 hits.
So, Moose, you're saying they did. Okay, SS shot back. So they observed him shooting. He dropped rifle, ran away.
Saw where the rifle was and went after him. He got away. So that's what the Benny show, he was showing that there's a section of that golf course that is open to the public, that the public can get in. And that's supposedly where he came into the golf course. But so the questions that he was raising was, how did he know that T would be there playing golf at that time on this day? And why wasn't there more security? A lot of questions. And so I understand what Yankee's saying up here. I'm not going to believe any of that story for a couple more days on Trump golf course. And yeah, he was outside the fence.
Yeah, that's what I was finding, Moose, is he was outside the fence and he didn't actually get any shots off, but he got shot. And that's where it kind of gets muddy. And then someone saw the car, well, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. And he was like, what they say, 58? He must have been in good shape. I mean, if he could run to his vehicle parked wherever it was parked.
Huh.
Jump in.
adrenaline does funny things too.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, true. I just haven't seen enough of it yet. When I got home tonight, all the headlines immediately, I was just scrolling through a random Yahoo feed, and it was all about the Emmys. And, the top stories was just stupid shit. And you got to kind of dig a little bit, man. I couldn't find a lot. And then I went through YouTube and watched some reactions and stuff. And yeah,
I have a technique now. I have a technique now, Virginia. I literally just sit back and watch for a couple of weeks until they land on their final narrative.
all right. There will
Right.
be. Mm-hmm.
Just like the Vegas shooting, it just morphed as it went on, and we still don't really know the truth.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's
I think that Benny was saying it was 150 yards to where Trump was.
oh yeah. Remember I mentioned, I think it was on your panel, Bonnie, that Trump said something like he's kind of come for your guns in the debate where she was talking about Kamala. They're going for our
Yes.
guns, and
Yes.
then just yesterday I saw where they had released something about going for assault weapons.
Yep. And anything can be considered that. A knife. Anything.
Yep.
Look at all the stabbings that are happening.
That's what I was saying the other night. If they change the definition of the word, if they change the law to the word assault and then manipulate the word assault weapon, that term, that's it. That's the slick slope.
Yep.
There are some boxers that have to register their fists as deadly weapons.
Yes. I've seen that.
Mm-hmm. So where does it stop exactly? And then once people become cyborgs, now what?
Well, you don't really even have to be registered, all right? What happens is if you're in an altercation and you put somebody in the hospital or something, that goes on a record, and you can be, if somebody was to pull you over, that cop might get a warning that, hey, this is a dangerous person. All right, they do have those,
Mhm.
But I've seen it. I am most positive I saw a case where I don't think he killed the guy, but just because he punched him, it seems like they put it as attempted murder because of his fist being a deadly weapon.
Yeah, they did.
Well, that can happen even without that. It's like the coworker that just died. They think that somebody might have punched him and decided if they find out somebody did, find some video footage or something, that guy is going to be at least going down for manslaughter. especially since he's kept his mouth shut and hid it all this time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We still haven't heard anything from the detective or nothing. I specifically told the detective, hey, don't leave us hanging. Let us know what happened.
Well, and that's whenever they were showing the, um, I guess he was an officer, maybe he was FBI, when they were showing them talking about this and um, how they were going to investigate it and just the expressions on their faces, it just all seems really weird. And that's what Benny kept saying. Don't let the FBI investigate this. DeSantis needs to step up, be the governor of his state, and he needs to take care of this. Because he was really going off. If y'all ever watch Benny, is it Benny Johnson? What's his? But it said
I think
Benny.
it is Benny Johnson. Yes, I watch him too occasionally. It's Benny Johnson. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You are correct. Kiss off the fake
Almost there.
shooting BS. Like I've personally, I'm not suggesting it was fake as much as I don't know that the dude got any shots off. But I don't believe everything I see either. I mean, we really don't know. It's been hard to fetter down. This one is hard to fetter down.
Thank you, Indy.
But I just said something about that. I don't trust anything anymore but God. All right. I trust you people in varying degrees. All right. You know, it's like when it comes to humans, it's like I trust them like 50% on down to 0% in a range, you know, but yeah, you can't trust a lot on this planet.
I think we should question at the very least, not just believe everything we see and hear, but ask, like, hey, what can we all put together here? Because we're obviously in a huge spiritual war as well as a huge disinformation and propaganda war. So yeah, I'm going to ask questions all day. All day.
Yes. And that's how you do the discernment. That's how you find the truth, the knowledge, is
Mm-hmm.
by questioning and watching how it goes, because so much of this is a show. It's just
Well, we need to make up 4 teams, all right, and we'll get them all trained up and everything and ready, and that way, when shit hits the fan, one team can hit each place, and we want to know what's in the Vatican archives. We want to know what's in the National Archives. We want to see what's in the Smithsonian's basements, and then maybe Area 51. If we get when everything goes to shit, and we can get in those places, we can find out the truth of everything.
Yeah. The Vatican, whatever's in there under that, in the library, whatever, they've got it. They've got that would be number one for me. I think they've hidden a lot of knowledge.
yeah. What is the FDLE?
FDLE, is it Florida something? Law enforcement?
Oh,
Florida Department.
probably
I'm just guessing. Yeah, tell us, Moose.
Dade. Isn't that where
Oh, maybe, yeah, the
Dade
date.
is?
The deal, Area 51, I think is a distraction at this point. There are
Oh no, there's going to be some weird shit there. I think you ought to be in charge of that team. I think that definitely.
yeah, I would love to. Oh, thank you, Carl. That's a compliment. But I think they've moved. I think it's still protected. I think there's still interesting shit there. But as far as what we test and some of the original purpose of Area 51, I think we've kind of moved it around a little bit. I think other spots also, you know, because Area 51 is so popular. Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Where
Whatever happened to that storm Area 51? I guess it wasn't such a good idea after all.
no, it got stopped.
That's what I was just thinking. It was Miami-Dade that I was thinking of, I think.
Yeah,
But
I hear
that's
you, Dave. Mm-hmm.
Palm Beach. The state head law guys. Yeah.
Yeah, the Area 51 storm thing was like an internet thing that went too far. And they were just, you know, the powers that be, that they put up a little fence. We're like, come on, guys, tighten up. It's just the internet, you know.
I'm a little worried about Kiss Off. She's too willing to jump on that wagon, you know, like she's too susceptible or, you know, gullible or something. She's careful who you follow, Kiss Off. Some of us are just looking nuts, you know.
Yeah. I've driven the highway along
Hey, Blue.
Area 51. I think it's called the Interterrestrial Highway, actually, but it's right outside of Rachel, Nevada, and that's where they have all the souvenir stores with alien stuff and like a little bar in town that has alien shit everywhere because they know.
If I go that direction, I'm definitely going there. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's all good, but I'll tell you this, man, you go through Rachel, Nevada, and you're kind of right outside of there. And when you're on that highway, that there's like hills on either side. Yeah, Yankee, you know what I'm talking about. There's definitely people watching. Like you can see the glint.
Camo dudes. The camo dudes.
No, it's palpable.
That's what they call the Area 51 security forces, the camo dudes.
The camo dudes, they're up there. You can see them watching you. And
you look up the camo dudes online, and the first thing that'll come up with is that, I'll bet. That's what they call them. They've been called that for decades. They're watching that perimeter very close.
You go up to that fence, and there's a huge sign that says, you know, such and such installation, deadly force will be used if you cross this line. Right here, there is literally just a fence in like high desert, sort of, you know, or low desert, whatever. And it's like, you know, once you cross this part of the barbed wire, we have authorization to use deadly force, no questions asked. But I walked all the way up to the bitch, and I walked kind of right around the perimeter. I took, basically that. And it's like, this is blah, blah, blah. Yep. Restricted
area. Keep out. Authorized personnel only. Deadly force is authorized.
100%. And I mean, I walked the perimeter of that a little bit and kind of looked around, and you can feel you're being watched. Like, you know, you're being watched.
Videos of people being arrested.
They're watching you.
Virginia, there's multiple videos of people being smartasses going, oh, you can't get in trouble just for going over that. They put 1 foot over that gate and they're arrested.
Oh, 100%. There is nothing out there except for the video of the moon landing.
You know about the Janet flights? I wonder if those are still going.
Oh, who knows? I have flown into Vegas, in and out of Las Vegas multiple times, and there is a section of that airport for workers going to and from that area and others close to it, because like I said, that's a little bit of a...
I believe that the Janet flight runway was right behind that Jason Aldean concert shooting in Las Vegas.
Maybe
I
so.
think I saw some footage of that. One of the
Yeah.
Janet jets had just departed when that happened.
Interesting. Moose and Yankee are being gross down there. They're egging on us off.
And she's sick, and she's had a hot toddy or something, and
Oh man,
not used to it.
cold
She's
medicine.
feeling like shit and she's drunk. I think she's a little crabby.
For entertainment purposes only.
I don't
Actually,
know
it
about you girls, but I got whiskey in my medical kit. That shit comes in handy.
brandy and honey.
Excuse me.
If you have a bad cold and you warm that shit up, it actually does pretty much clear you out. Like you'll feel all the drainage in your sinuses and all that'll go.
I'll tell you what, when Trump wins and we get our economy back and America is free again and all this stuff and everybody, then I'll drink and I'll celebrate. I'll come up on everybody's panels drinking and celebrating.
Well, I didn't know brandy. I've got spiced rum, Everclear, something from Germany. I think I got a bottle of Jack.
That'll do it. Yeah, with lemon, honey, lemon, whiskey. It may even some grated ginger. Oh, you'll be set. Get some tissues because you're gonna start leaking.
I drink a lot of Jack. I like whiskeys like that, but my favorite is Monte Alban Mezcal Tequila with the agave worm. That stuff, I don't need no salt, no lemon, none of that. I just sit there and I'll drink shot after shot. Love that stuff. The taste is very pleasing to me.
Kiss off the honey Jim Beam. The Jim Beam honey is the best liquor to use for pecan pie, and it's pecan, not pecan. It's pecan. It's pecan. No, but for real, I have a recipe that uses some whiskey, and I did it with the honey Jim Beam, and it was so freaking good, dude. One of the best pies I've ever made. Pecan.
Pecan.
It's pecan.
No, he said pecan.
A pecan is what you pee in, and a pecan is what you eat.
Yeah, I could see that's what you pee in. I always said pecan pie.
And now the real deal's peaking on all of us. Now Moose Man having flashbacks of the Orient.
Right. Number 65. Y'all ain't right.
Guess what, Virginia?
Tell me, darling.
Before my brother left, they gave me a frame, and I looked at it. It is my grandmother's, but passed down through grandmothers and grandmothers. Banana nut cake. It is to die for. It has the banana nut frosting on it, everything. And
so it's got to be handwritten is on a little card, right?
yes.
Oh,
Man,
girl,
don't
yeah.
lose that stuff. Don't lose that stuff. There's a couple things.
No,
There's this thing my mom made. She made a green cheesecake, is what she called it. It was like 8 inches thick. You could set a fork on it and it would just sink into it, right? But the bottom was like an inch of graham cracker crust, and it was not see through. It was green, and it was something she got like a recipe from the '60s or something. And it was good. I'd eat a whole one of them suckers, and
Yes.
it was like eating fluff. All right, it was like eating air or something, but really tasty. It was really light and fluffy, and I begged her to make that shit all growing up, right? And she'd only make it during the holidays. And I have not seen anybody make that. All right. And there's one other thing. Nobody makes cream puffs. She used to make these giant bowls. All right. The custard would be inside the bowl that was made out of this flaky, wonderful outside. She'd make a little lid for it. When she cut it open, it'd have its little own little lid. And she'd make me monster ones, like the size of a dinner plate. And that was heaven, man. That was heaven in a bowl.
And then my mother had a recipe, and I don't know where she got it, and it is for a streusel coffee cake. Streusel. It's it's so good. It's crunchy. It's like, and it's
Girl,
pecans on it.
you got to send me that recipe. That sounds so good.
The coffee cake.
Yes, I love coffee cake and I love pecans and I love streusel and I love like toppings like that. That just sounds like
Yes.
heaven. I am
I've
not,
never heard of strudel, but I've heard of strudel. I mean,
dude.
like them yodelers. Those yodelers eat strudel.
I think it's streusel topping where it's got like the brown sugar and mix in, but I don't know if it's even the right thing to what Bonnie was saying, but the recipe, girl, please. I would love to try it.
Okay. When I
No.
find a way to get a hold of you.
I think that Indy sent it. I love the way you keep saying that. You're like, yeah, you're ignoring me. But I think that I'm pretty sure she did.
All you gotta do is give me authorization.
I think she did too.
I think she did. And Carl can too. If Indy didn't, Carl could also.
Oh, okay. There was one thing that I always made that I got from my first mother-in-law, and it was called Watergate salad. And that and the lime sherbet and 7-Up or Sprite.
Okay.
That is the best punch. But
I gotta get a post office box or something so I could start like making hats and sending them to all you gals. In return, you could send me strudel and pie and
yeah,
man, that would be a good hook. I gotta get me a post office box.
Carl, I will.
yes, you do, Carl, because I make goodie bags for Christmas and send them out.
That
Goodie
part
bag.
you're talking about, Bonnie's, I know exactly what you're talking about. Within the it would kind of have stuff floating on top. Like, did you say it was like a Jello or a cream, like a flavored
The
thing?
sherbet and Sprite. Is that
And
what you're
like lime Jello? Did you say or
Yeah, lime sherbet.
There was lime jello in that green cheesecake, man. There
Sherbet.
was.
However you say it.
Okay, so like lime and Sprite, and it would kind of, and the Sprite would fizz it up, and like you have the ladle.
Yes.
You always serve it with the
Yes.
ladle. Yeah.
Hey,
Looks
I get
like
to
it.
lick the batter. All right, let's get
Which
that
is
clear right now.
It's a punch. You drink it.
Yeah, it's a punch. Yep.
Yeah.
Some of them have kind of like almost like Cool Whip with flavoring in it on top, because it'll have like a layer of sweet. That's the best way I could describe it, is like little pockets of Cool Whip on the top. But might have fruit in it or whatever, but the Sprite makes it jingle.
You
Yes.
all remember those, little mixers with the removable chrome little whips that you use for mixing stuff up, right?
The
Oh,
handheld.
yes.
Yeah, little blenders, those probably taught a lot of people how to kiss when they were cleaning those.
Kiss.
Yeah, Kiss. That's where I'm lost too.
You don't remember those metal little whisk things that hooked on the blenders that were like four sharp
Oh,
little
talking about
metal?
the batter. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, I misunderstood as well. Yes. Okay.
Your tongue had to have skills to clean those on the inside, all right?
Yes.
TMI, Carl. Wow. Yeah. I'm thinking you're talking about the beaters. I always call them beaters. They were like on a handheld
I was
mixer.
trying to avoid that term.
Oh, my
Beaters.
Here we go. Ruining. Yeah, you're right. Hear you. Yeah, I always call them beaters, like the egg beaters or whatever. But it was
Yeah.
the handheld, and you made cookie dough or cake dough or whatever, and then you licked whoever got to lick the beaters was winning that day.
Right. I was an only child. I was always winning.
I found me one of the old timey hand crank beaters. It's the two beaters together, and then it's got the crank that you spin on it with a handle on top.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people pick those up and crank them at their significant other and smile and stuff. And I guess some people keep those in the bedroom. I don't know fucking why you'd keep those in the bedroom. What the hell is that sexual reference? I'm missing completely.
I
Those
don't want to know.
Don't ask too many questions. There's layers and layers of chat conversations as well as what we're talking about. It's
It sounds painful. I mean, if you think about it, if you're going to whisk your anything, it's going to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. But it was originally egg beater. Yeah, Moose. That's why we call them beaters, because it would have been for that.
Yep.
Wooden spoon, though, that's the tool of tools.
That makes sense. All right, that one.
Wooden spoon can do everything. If you got the elbow grease, you can mix a batch of cookies properly, any kind of dough, bread, you do that by hand. Like all of these innovations, all you need is a stick. Straight
You
up.
had me at cookies.
Yeah.
No, Indy. He's the one that was putting stuff that I Googled and I should not have Googled.
Never trust him on that, Bonnie. The Google recommends they will send you off.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's what he was referring to.
Yankee and Moose are being gross, wooden spoons, spatulas. But when you have an Asian mother, all of those are your switch. You're getting beat with it. It might be their house slipper.
Yes.
It might be the rice paddle or basically a wooden spoon, little flatter. Spatula gives a good sting, dude.
Yes. Because
anything in arm's length.
You know what? I swear this is true too. I must be really screwed up because nobody ever swatted me. My mom never swatted me with nothing. She never gave me no spanking. No. Some people later in life, some of the teachers tried to swat me and shit, which did not work. And Nobody ever beat my ass.
That's what's wrong with you, Carl. You didn't get your ass beat by your
It
mother.
might be. It could have probably solved a lot of rebellion in my youth.
I was cooking. I don't know if I was making cookies. I don't know what I was doing, but I had the cookie sheet out, and my oldest son pissed me off. And I went over there and started pounding him on the head with the cookie sheet. Dented up my cookie sheet, and he's just sitting there laughing at me. It didn't do a dang bit of good.
My mom swore once in my entire life of knowing her. I only heard her ever swear one time, and this is how it went down. This was like 1982, and I'm in the kitchen with her, and I had pissed her off. I don't remember what it was. To this day, I can't remember what this was because the way she did this overrides or whatever it was, because she got right up close to me and she looked at me and she said, "Hell," and slapped me. It was the first time she'd ever laid a hand on me like that, and she didn't even know how to swear right. She just blurted out hell. She didn't say hell no. She didn't say the hell with this. She just screamed the word hell at me. And I mean, I know she was livid, all right, because I'd never seen that before. I was already a teenager, even,
You're standing there in total shock.
yeah, I mean,
Might have crossed the line.
She worked at the police station. She heard these foul-mouthed cops all day long there, but
Yeah.
she didn't know. She didn't even know how to swear or in the right context or.
Yeah, I get that. My parents don't swear. It's rare. I've heard once or twice because they're Mormons. And so, oh man, I can only think of maybe once each, and I can't even think of when or what had happened. But
I've tried for most of my life to not swear around kids for sure. All right. I usually don't swear a lot. I end up swearing a lot when I get on panels for some reason. I kind of regret it sometimes, but I try not to be that because I've known people that I swear they use the F word like 3 times in every sentence.
right.
That's just overkill, and you just kind of lose your taste for hearing that all the time.
Yes.
Yeah. They slip out, but overuse is definitely, it dumbs you down.
I try not to swear, but the past few months, but I still don't like actually say it. Okay, yes, I did. There was one day when everybody was really getting to me. It was only a week after my mother passed, just the things they were talking about. And that's the one word I said. I just said the F bomb, just yelled it. And they all stopped and looked at me, and I said, just stop. Just
I bet they froze.
right. Hey, Garrett. Yeah, because they know if that comes flying out of my mouth, I've had
Mom has reached critical mass. Warning, warning.
it.
Yeah.
He was a big kid. He was like 12. Wasn't like he was a little bitty kid.
Oh. Yeah, it's rough.
Oh no, Yankee.
That,
I'm gonna see that list.
well, I think big or little does kind of matter. Like, really, before the age of, and it kind of depends on the kid, but while they're really young, you thwap a toddler on the butt, and it's part of the way that developmental stage learns. Like depending on the kid, they might not understand certain terms or what you're saying. It's like, all right, you do something that's really dangerous or not good, then boom, thwap on the ass. I'm all for that. I think a thwap on the ass is necessary. I think at a certain age, like a teenager, dude,
I'd be afraid to hit either a kid or a girl. All right, I really would. I couldn't do that. What's up, Garrett?
Well, and men have, I don't think they realize their own strength sometimes. But I know baby girl, one day she was just being a little terror. And she was probably about 3, maybe 4, and smart mouthing me. And she turned around to walk away from me after she copped that attitude. And I just kind of popped her up under her rump, just pop. And it, I know it didn't hurt her. She turned around and looked at me like shock. And then, because it was Mimi and I'd never done that, never done it since then, but for 30 minutes, she was just livid. But she hasn't talked back to me like that again.
Right. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. Or even smacking a kid's hand if they are about to touch the hot stove, or they do grab something they shouldn't. Yeah, smack their hand. I'm talking younger kids. When they get older, when it's like they're 17 and mad at the video game and punching a hole in the wall, I'm not going to walk up to a 17-year-old boy, which I had this happen with my sons, and punch or smack him on the hand or whatever. I mean, at that point, it's like, no, we can use words, and I can take away the internet for a week or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I understand.
Be dependent on that, like where they are.
It didn't even matter when he laughed.
Dude.
Well, and that's it. So my second son, he was 18. I have a homemade paddle. And I was in the kitchen cooking supper, and he came in there and started mouthing off to me. And I kept telling him, you need to leave my kitchen. And he wouldn't do it, and he just kept on. And I said, all right, grab the counter. And he looked at me, and he's like, Mom, you are not serious. And I said, yes, I am. Grab the counter. Got that paddle, he got 3 licks.
Right.
Of course, he didn't cry or anything. My paddle don't have air holes. He got the message.
I had several teachers think they were going to use one of them paddles on me in school, and that's why I didn't finish school. All right, because I literally went to war over that shit. You ain't touching me, motherfucker. I'd use chairs and knees and elbows, whatever it took. I made them bleed. I made the cops come several times over shit like that. I didn't take too kindly to that as a kid. And, the shop teachers would make them, and they'd put the holes in them and make them all aerodynamic out of black walnut or something. They'd be like deadly swatting paddles, but fuck that. We're fighting.
Lauren's cruising.
What's going on?
I told you guys this before, man. If I ever do date again, I'm checking her closets and like the drawer next to her nightstand, all that shit. I want to know what the hell I'm getting into. All right, because
Okay, what I want to know if Garrett is AI. Garrett, answer a question. What is your favorite color? I swear, dude, I'm not convinced, Garrett.
Kiss off, I can outswear anybody. I really can. I can cuss like a son of a gun, but I just try not to.
What's his favorite what?
Color.
Color. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because sometimes I think he can't actually hear us up here or chooses not to or whatever, or he's AI. So far, not even acknowledgement of my question.
She's had this suspicion for some time.
Dude, I've been watching Garrett for years. He was on Ron's too. I mean, years. Favorite color, Garrett?
Or how about this? 010100001010.
Exactly. Well played. Oh my goodness, you guys. We are in some wacky times. I see a lot of uncertainty and then kind of like, ain't it something? Here we all are together. It's happening. And
Al Bundy.
Oh.
Good to see you.
What's up, Al?
You.
We still got Garrett crickets, I'm just saying. But there's something to be said for going through it.
Garrett, favorite color.
Carl, you love it. Said hi to Al. Okay. But I'm telling you, dog, my favorite cookie is a snickerdoodle. Garrett, what's yours? I'm telling you, man. Chat. Nope. Yeah. Loving this test.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Yeah. Yep. Short Circuit. That was such a good movie.
That's Virginia, Al. He really isn't going to answer.
Girl.
My goodness.
I've been trying this for a minute. I've been trying it in chats, on panels, whatever. My theory has not been proven yet wrong.
Somewhere in a Royal Hotel room, there's a guy starting to realize his eternal fate has turned his back on him again. It's 2 a.m.
Yeah. For sure. If I ask a sports chat or some irrelevant concert question in chat, it'll get answered though. Guaranteed.
Yes. Because he told me, because I've talked to him. Because he's like, we'll be coming to Texas. And I said, cool. And he said, we can do pictures and an autograph. And I was like, so are you someone special? And he said, you can kind of say that. And I was like,
Window looking special, or what kind of special?
Well, you know, special.
Special, kind of like, tiptoe through the tulip special, or
No, even 8 Ball.
Or is it like a Southern special where it's like, well, ain't that special?
No, it's confirmed by the AI in the AI questioning whether something is AI. They know it's AI, when you do 8-ball on certain channels that have that game feature, you do exclamation point 8-ball and ask a question. Never been
Wait a minute. That's confirmation of there's been first contact.
Yeah, I ain't running, in response to Kiss Off, who said, "Run, Garrett." And all we have is, "I ain't running."
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What is your favorite color, Garrett? I know. It's funny. Lauren, what were you afraid of? Okay, I don't really have one. The speaker kicked in. It's Cole Garrett. I see you.
That's a weird answer.
Yeah.
Never really was color person.
Oh man, that is diabolical.
And special, like in autograph worthy.
Right?
I like 38 special. Hold on loosely. It's good. Don't let go, because if you cling too tight, you're gonna lose control.
Care to tell them you're the
Huh.
My mama had a 38 police special.
Mm-hmm. Those are nice.
All right,
She
y'all.
likes
I'm gonna go heat up a chicken pot pie. I'll be over here in the box. But thank you for having me, Bonnie. Actually, I got a new shirt. I gotta show y'all. Okay. I love this shirt. Okay. Presley, now, is this a legit mugshot?
Yeah, I think it did happen.
I think it did too.
Cool.
I think it's a legit mugshot, and I haven't
Like
Googled it.
after he got out of the army. After he got out of the army, he got into
Oh, it
some.
says right here, Army. I just messed it up.
But I heard he did that to try to do it. It was kind of like the Johnny Cash thing in
Yeah.
the prisons that they were trying to
Is this
boost
from
the
the movie
morale or something, or
I don't know. I mean, the picture is better if it's getting distorted, but it is Elvis. Like it looks kind of distorted, but I mean, is it because of
Jailhouse Rock promotional shot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Al Bundy says Jailhouse Rock. That's what I'm thinking too. But I think it's funny. Anyway, I'm gonna drop down. I just thought
That's
of that.
cool. Thanks for sharing that.
I'll see
Garrett
y'all.
said this before
Virginia, before you go though, did you ever see the mugshot I posted on my community page of me?
that. She's in chat now.
I had a real mugshot from when I was like 14.
Yankee.
It's always fun. The chat makes it fun. Right?
Oh, I know. It's everybody. See, what were you saying? I jumped right when you started talking.
I was saying that on my community page a while ago, I posted a real mugshot of me when I was like 14 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Those juvie days. when I was a real hoodlum. And I had a smart ass look on my face then too.
I swear you remind me of this kid that was in school with us, and he lived in a boys' home. Except I think his name was Evan or something like that. He was cute. He was trouble.
Well, you know, there was girls in the juvie too. There was, in fact, in Oxford, Michigan, there was a place called Camp Oakland, and there was a place also called Work Ed. And on one side of the road, they'd have the boys' dormitories, and on the other side of the road, of course, there was the girls' dormitories. And some of them bad girls were a lot of fun to hang around with, you know. They didn't let us get together all that often. You had to sneak around a lot to get together. And if you were in the juvie, you might have a girlfriend or a boyfriend too. You know, you just didn't get to see each other until you were around the the commons ground or something, you know.
Have a good night, Yankee. Thanks for coming in. Yep.
It's on there, Blue. I didn't take nothing off my community page. You just kind of got to go deep to find some of that stuff because I post a lot of music.
Do you remember a really old Big Red commercial with this red-headed kid drinking it, and he was kind of chunky?
Not that one in particular. I don't think we had Big Red readily available in this area, to be honest.
Oh,
That's I think one of those regional type things. Like Verner's was usually not available out west and stuff until the last couple decades, I guess. But
I, I
yeah,
didn't even know that.
there's a whole lot of products like that, soda pops and even beer. I remember we used to people that would go out west or even out to Texas, they would come back with a trunk full of Coors because they didn't sell Coors in Michigan, and it was, you know, quite a thing to get Coors in the '70s. You know, bunch of stuff like that, regional.
He was in school with me for a bit also. He was a brat. Just because he did a
I
commercial, he thought he was all that.
Well, everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, they say.
I guess.
I wasn't looking for any of that at all. I don't even want to get any more subs. All right, I'm getting too close. I don't want to get to that certain number because I hear that's when all the drama and trouble starts, and they throw commercials on your shit, you know. And I'm fine with right where I'm at.
Yes,
I know.
and Carl, that's what I've been thinking too. And I'm like 45 away from 1,000.
That's it gets kind of. Do I want to do this? You know,
It's like, um, I'm okay with it staying right where it is.
I know. I know everybody I need to know here.
hmm
I mean, it'd
Yeah,
be cool.
it hangs out here.
Hmm. I've opened up a whole lot in my life compared to what I used to be, Bonnie. I would have never dreamed I'd be on doing this, you know, openly talking to people. That wasn't what I did most of my life. You know what I mean? I was pretty self-contained. That's evolved.
Oh, I know. well, you've seen me. It's I used to be all quiet and let everybody else talk, and nobody could hear me anyway. And well, then somebody showed me the volume button, so that changed that. um, but it's with everything that's going on, it, talking about the swearing and stuff. It's This is a swearing time, dang it.
I thought that for a moment too. Maybe it is the time that's making. It is a
Yeah,
little bit of profane era. What's up, Steve?
yeah.
Because I have come up on here, and I appreciate you letting me do it, and other panels where I've just kind of vented. I,
Oh,
I
everyone needs to vent once in a while, definitely. That's Hawk had a title back last week or so, something um, about bending or let cutting loose. Just um, I can't remember. And I said, "Oh, this is where I can say what I want to say." And I just started going, and then I was like, "Okay, I'll try and stop for now." It just
I
kept
think
boom, boom.
I don't know. You get frustrated with what you see happening in the world, and I feel like that's part of the reason I've spoke up. It's like you see shit like J6 happen, and
Yes,
the whole time, every comment about that days ahead of it, I was like, it's a trap, joking around like Admiral Akbar from Star Wars. It's a trap. I was literally joking around about it, but I believed it. It's like, this is too, I would never go to that. I was saying all shit like that, and then it was. And it's like, I'm trusting my instincts more, over shit like that.
yeah,
Uh, it just made me want to speak up. When that shit happened, I was a little naive because I went on like the Department of Defense site and the military, AmericanMilitary.com. I said, man, I watched the whole thing go down, and they let them in there. This was like they just were given tours, and they opened the barrier, and at the time I'm thinking, well, maybe they didn't see it or something, but they all knew that it was all part of it. There was a whole bunch of people involved in that, and the people were suckered right into it.
yes. And thankfully, I saw that firsthand because Cash Kelly was there and he was live streaming from there. And so whenever they went over to the lawn, first thing they saw was a um like it had been just thrown up, but it was a hangman's noose thing, and the
Oh
whole
yeah, I
wood
remember
structure. And they were like, "What the heck?" And then the
that was
closer,
scaffolding from them working on the building. They had scaffolding up on
yes,
that side.
and then the closer they got to where they were supposed to, there was a big screen to watch the speech on, and that's why they were told to go there. They were told to go to the Capitol to watch Trump's speech. And
Yeah,
so they went there, and um, I mean, right after they got on the lawn close to the Capitol,
and that's when the cheerleaders started in. Come on, people, we've got to go in. They're all people
that wasn't
strategically
even
placed.
happening. And see, that's what the Capitol is so huge. So they were on the side of the Capitol. I don't know what was going on in the front of the Capitol at that time, but um, but things started exploding all around them, and so Cash and Anthony were like, "We need to get the women out of here," and so they were getting the women out of there, and um, so he shut it off, and then next day is when Blake went live, and Blake was in with that group also. It was Primetime Patriots, but Cash was the first one to start just on his own. It was the Streetlights movement. And when Blake came on there and started saying what he saw, I was just, and, and he was, it affected him like majorly bad. And I think he was a nurse in the ER. So he was used to seeing stuff, but so he was given CPR to an older gentleman on the ground, and I'm trying to get him okay and wait for paramedics. And he said a young boy, like a teenager, 17, 18, whatever, was standing there, and part of his face went off. And I was just like, oh my goodness. And I think the shock, the besides that happening, the shock also was that this would happen at the people's house in the United States. No one would have ever thought that. All those people there were there to support Trump. That's it. Except for the ones that were the bad actors, whoever they were.
Yeah, but a lot of people were also, learning about the corruption, and they were seeing that the country had been wrong. So they did have, there were those there that were, hate to say that, but there were
Yes,
probably people there that wanted to see a revolution happen.
yes, I'm sure there were. Because so many of them were police officers, veterans. Yeah,
It could
but
have been way worse, to be honest. There
oh
could
yeah,
have been there could have been thousands of deaths that day.
yeah,
It wasn't worse than 9/11 like they claim.
no,
Country's in a mess. I don't know why some people can't see that.
and there were a lot of people rooting for them from other countries, hoping that they would get their attention and let them know that the people were not happy with what job they were doing, whatever. But it didn't turn out that.
No, when it comes to that, I feel like there's an element that all of us don't know about. It's like how they can get away with persecuting people like that. Americans, you know, ones that didn't even do anything wrong. They entered a building. They were. It really looked like the guards were giving tours, letting people in the building. You know.
Yes, that's what Cash described. He said they opened that side door,
I
not from
saw
the
that
outside.
angle. Yep, I saw that one. They followed. The
Yeah,
camera guy followed a group of people in, and that guard was pointing them in which direction to go. I think one of them even asked which way it was, and he led them that way.
yeah. And that's what he said. They thought that they were going to get a tour, and they all got in there to the, I guess it's like a lobby. It was a big area, and they're just kind of standing there like, what now? And then
And there's
they
still a
were,
bunch of unanswered, things like whatever happened to that laptop that disappeared. Was that real? We never heard the end of that story. You never hear the end of all of it, you know?
no,
We just now saw where, I mean, I knew right away that there were reports. The same day it happened, I knew there were reports of several pipe bombs being found in the area. But it was just recently that it shows a cop literally watching a guy deposit a pipe bomb in an area. You know,
uh,
they held on to that video evidence that they knew it was happening for all this time.
yeah, and not doing nothing about it.
Right. That we see. So no wonder the people are upset because they keep showing us all this corruption and nothing gets done about it. There's no justice. There's,
Yeah. And I think the suicides were because of guilt. But of course, they spin it like they were traumatized so bad that they committed suicide.
yeah, they'll twist it any way they can to suit them.
Yep.
Yeah, the government is too big. I've heard so-called experts say that the government would run more efficiently on 10% of what exists now.
I believe that. Yep. One person from each state to be the speaker for the people.
Yeah, I saw some numbers before the illegal immigrant numbers, of course, but there was like 22 million people in government in the United States, and the United States government complete. I mean, all law officials, all military, everybody involved. There's a total number of like 22 million. But there's or before illegals and all that, again, there was like 136 million people in the country. So, that's a large government.
Yep. There's 300 million people.
With you mean with the illegals?
No, before the illegals, we had 300 million.
Maybe it was 300 and something million because I remember looking it up. I just might have forgot the numbers. But there's still 22 million in government. That's a lot.
Yes, it is. And does that include military?
Yeah, that was a military, all of it, all the politicians, all of
Mm.
it. I think I even posted that on my community page once. And
Yeah,
then the more,
sorry. What?
no, I'm sorry. There is a little delay sometimes, so I don't hear you talk until I start talking.
I can't remember what the other number was. I saw it was like 545 against.
Heck, those numbers could be a lot different by now. I sure know a lot of people that have passed away.
Well, but that was the 545 is the Senate, the Congress, the Justice, and possibly the Pentagon. No, not the Pentagon.
Everything. I mean, everything. All the government agencies.
Right. But the 545 was just the ones telling us what to do.
The executive branch.
Yes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, they work for us, and it's certainly not looking that way.
Now they've turned it around.
And they're all bloody rich, sitting in massive mansions and making millions of dollars just for speaking at a convention.
Yep.
They only make a couple $100,000 a year as a politician, but they make millions a year.
So you think that one law works? That the one that has to do with the stock market that they can't get because of inside information or whatever.
I don't know anything about it. Is there? I don't. I didn't even. Was that something in the news?
No, this was back when they were saying the Pelosi's were getting rich off the stock
Oh,
because of inside information. So they made something.
if somebody's crooked, they're going to take advantage of anything they can.
Yes.
We were talking about trust earlier. I remember this old farmer told me one of the best ways to find out if somebody's, trustworthy or worth a shit. When they ask you, hey man, can I borrow some money? Give them $20 and see how quick they want to pay you back. Because it's cheap to get out of that for $20. Down the road, it could get a lot more expensive.
Right. That's a good way to do it.
I've done it, man, where I've loaned people just exactly that amount. I loan them $20, and I wait and see if they even try to pay me back. And most people don't.
Mm. Cheryl.
Brutal.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
At least it was not like dirty or had some grease, a big hairy Bigfoot ear or something. At least it wasn't something weird.
Virginia. Just go for quivering chat. Quivering chat. Yeah, you handled that like a trooper.
Man, the things you see on YouTube.
Yeah, same show.
I sure hope that's an ear.
I was kind of worried there. Like, what am I looking?
Have you ever seen anybody get that? Man, I tell you what, I see some horrible things on YouTube. Jeff Riddle got hit bad one. I mean, he had like 200 and some people in the chat, and let some stranger up on the panel. And it took about 2 seconds before there was some nasty porn scene on the panel right there for everybody to see. And, people were traumatized. For weeks, people talked about that.
Wow, I missed it.
Oh, it was horrible.
At Gigi's one night, she let this guy, and I think she left it up there for a bit because he walked from one end of the room, he walked to the edge of the room, and then he walked back, and she was like, well, he has a nice butt. But he was completely naked. I was like,
I said, don't look, Ethel, but it was too late.
yeah.
Well, that's rough. We don't need none of that.
Mm-mm.
There was a couple of my lives. There was somebody, I don't know, really trying to get on the panel. And I wouldn't let them. I just let them sit back there, and they tried for hours to get on, and I wouldn't let them because I don't know you. They wouldn't say nothing in chat. A couple different ones.
Yes, I've had a few of those.
They can stay there because I ain't letting them up.
That's what I would tell them, especially if I didn't recognize them. Talk with the chat. Let us see how you communicate with others before you can come up on panel. Yeah, a couple of them got and haven't been back.
I don't understand the satisfaction they get from that stuff. I don't. There's some. They must be paid to troll or something.
Yeah, probably.
Well, Bonnie, I guess I get off here.
Yep, we did it again.
Start a new busy week.
It's a good thing I'm not leaving till tomorrow afternoon. Just want all to pack everything up. Well, I enjoyed it, Carl. I appreciate you coming.
I appreciate you letting me come up. And I'll see you again sometime soon.
7 hours live.
Yeehaw! That's a minute.
A little bit. Have a good night, Carl. All right, y'all. Thank you for coming in and joining us tonight. It's good to see you. Haven't seen you around anywhere. gonna get worried. Y'all try and get some sleep. Talk to you again when we can. Love y'all. God bless you. Good night.